Chapter 1. Drink water. I want to drink water. A young man with brown hair and dark green eyes held on to a tree and struggled forward. It's over. That's all I have to say. The boy fell to the ground and fell unconscious. I don't know how long it took. Wake up, are you still alive? A girl's voice reached the boy's ears, waking up the boy's consciousness. The boy opened his eyes. I saw a blonde girl holding a kettle looking at her. Is it a demon who came to pick me up? Why a demon? Shouldn't normal people be angels as their first reaction? The girl spat out. How long are you going to lie on my lap? The boy blinked, reaching out and grabbing it. Perverted. The girl slapped the boy from the leg. It hurts. The young man covered his face and said aggrievedly. The girl looked at the boy speechlessly. Obviously you touched my leg first. Never mind. I don't care about you anymore. Why did you faint here? I got lost in the forest and couldn't find a water source. So. The boy touched his gurgling belly and looked at the girl with a wistful expression. What do you want to do? I don't have much to eat here, so I can't give it to you. The girl picked up her backpack and protected it behind her. Woo, what a ruthless young lady. The boy looked pitiful. Sitting on the ground, he grabbed a handful of dirt from the side and put it in his mouth and ate it. Hey, I'll just give you food. Don't eat the soil. The girl was shocked by the boy's operation, and hurriedly took out a piece of bread and handed it to the boy. Wow! You're such a nice guy. The boy took the bread and ate it, asking as he ate. By the way, what's your name? My name is Lucy. Lucy sighed helplessly. Put things back in the bag. What about you? How can you ask a girl's name and not introduce yourself? The boy finished his bread in 2 bites. Jumped up from the ground. My name is Igodhan. Looking for my father? Lucy asked, confused. Looking for your father, said Yago, nodding. My father, he disappeared 7 years ago. Nothing was left behind. Lucy quickly waved her hand. Hold. I'm sorry. Mention your sadness. It's okay then, Lucy, why are you in this forest? It's very unsafe for a girl. Igo spread his hands indifferently. I just want to travel and have fun. Then I want to join a better wizard guild. Lucy said. Don't look at me like this, I'm a super powerful star spirit wizard. Star spirit magic. Igo was puzzled for a moment. Is that the kind of magic that can summon an elf to fight with a snap? That's right. Lucy took out her fanny pack. Show a few keys in your bag. How is it I have the golden key to the zodiac? Awesome. Igo opened his mouth in surprise. Wow. What is the zodiac? I don't know what it is. What surprised you? Lucy complained speechlessly. The zodiac refers to the 12 most powerful of all the star spirits, and their golden keys are very precious. But Lucy, your key. Igo pointed to the 3 golden keys missing from Lucy's bag. Hey? Where are my keys? Lucy anxiously searched around. I was taken away by the rock leopard just now. Igo pointed to the rock face in the distance. Do you want to chase it back? I know where that guy's nest is. Lucy hurriedly picked up her backpack. Of course. Igo takes Lucy to a cave. Good. It's amazing. Lucy said in shock as she looked at the mountain in front of her. No. Let's go. Find the key first. Igo crouched down and helped Lucy find the key in the golden mountain. Soon, the 3 keys were collected. Lucy was holding 3 golden keys. Great, all back. Igo pulled out a small piece of magic crystal from his pocket and smiled with satisfaction. What is this? Asked Lucy. It's a storage crystal I picked up earlier. Igo said. Swept the mountain of gold with the magic crystal. The golden mountain was instantly sucked into the magic crystal. Why don't you leave me some? Lucy looked at the disappearing mountain of gold and suddenly felt a pain in her flesh. Roar! Suddenly, a leopard roar came from the entrance of the cave, and the two looked towards the entrance of the cave, and a demon leopard nearly 3 meters long stared at the two angrily. It's like... I'm very angry. Lucy said a little startled. After all, my home was stolen. Igo said expressionlessly. It's so big. After all, he is the overlord of this forest. Lucy swallowed, pulled out a golden key, and waved it in the air. A golden magic array emerged. No, isn't it just a leopard? Let me show you what I'm capable of. Open it. Cancer's door. Keisha. Appeared in the magic circle a tall barber-like man with 3 pairs of crab feet on his back and 2 scissors in his hand. Oh, it's a crab, said Igo as he looked excitedly at Cancer's star spirit, Keisha. What kind of hairstyle are you going to do this time, shrimp? Why do you want to say shrimp? Igo said disappointedly. Can you stop worrying about this kind of place? Lucy said speechlessly. Keisha, go deal with that guy. Yes, shrimp. Keisha clicked the scissors in his hand a few times. However, after some operation, except for changing the leopard's hairstyle, there was no harm. I'm sorry, Miss Lucy. I tried my best. With that, Keisha vanished into the sky, leaving only a confused Iago and Lucy. But the leopard didn't intend to let the two of them go, opened his mouth and floated a brown magic circle in his mouth, summoning a large stone ball and smashing it at Lucy. Lucy, danger! Igo shouted, pushing Lucy aside. He was directly hit by a stone ball. Igo! Lucy fell to the ground and shouted. When the dust that had just been raised cleared, I saw Igo standing firmly in place and catching the stone ball. Then Igo bit the stone ball and devoured it in a big gulp. Put the rock. Eaten. Lucy was shocked when she saw what she saw. Thank you for your hospitality. Igo wiped the corners of his mouth, clenched his fists, and charged towards the leopard. Igo's fist was wrapped in a thick layer of rock and struck directly into the leopard's head. Rock Dragon's broken fist. As soon as the punch fell, the leopard instantly fell to the ground and fainted. Igo patted and smiled at Lucy. How's that? That's my magic, isn't it? Lucy was stunned for a moment, then looked at Iago in surprise. You're a sorcerer too. And what kind of magic are you? It's too strong, isn't it? Igo wiped his nose proudly. A dragon's teeth can chew rocks, a dragon's stomach can digest rocks, dragon's lungs can breathe rocks, and dragon's claws can control rocks. Feed on rocks and attack on rocks. Transform a human constitution into a dragon's constitution to fight against dragons. Igo explained, pointing his right hand at himself with his thumb out. This is my magic. Ancient Lost Magic, 1 Rock Dragon Slayer Magic. Chapter 2. Rock Dragon Slayer Magic. Baxi shouted in shock. Igo, you're a sorcerer too. Still. Would you still use such a strong magic? Of course. Said Iago, raising his head proudly. I'm very strong. Lucy suddenly had an idea, and an idea came to her mind. This forest is so dangerous, wouldn't it be much safer if Igo could follow him? And with a dragon mage as a companion, wouldn't it be much easier to join the guild? What's more, he still has so much money in his hands now, hee. Thinking about it, Lucy couldn't help but laugh. I'm so smart, said Igo with a puzzled look as she looked at the smirking Lucy. That Igo! Lucy shouted at Igo in her throat. I'm leaving. Igo walked out of the cave ruthlessly, ignoring Lucy. Hey, wait a minute. Lucy hurriedly stopped Igo. Don't be so ruthless. Iago turned to look at Lucy. What's wrong? I didn't steal your key. Lucy chased after Iago. I know how can Igo steal people. Igo tilted his head. Is there anything else? Why did you suddenly become cold? I said such a big forest. But the two of us met. And so much more interesting things are happening. Let's travel together. Lucy squeezed the two hills in front of her chest and threw a wink at Igo. You can't bear to let me wander alone like an unarmed weak good. I'll definitely die here, isn't Lucy a magician? Go fight by yourself. How can you become stronger without fighting? Want to be strong? You have to fight alone. It doesn't matter if you die, said Igo, passionately. All of a sudden, the blood is up. Lucy grumbled, heading her head. It hurts to fail the first plan. Click, click, raindrops fell in the sky, and suddenly dark clouds covered the sky, and it rained heavily. Igo and Lucy hurriedly ran back to the cave. What a stroke of luck! I'm soaking wet. Lucy twisted the dripping clothes and sighed helplessly. Even the change of clothes was drenched. Igo looked at Lucy, who was sad and worried, and walked over slowly, undressing as she went. Lucy was stunned, looking at the clothes that seemed to be on her body, completely revealing her bold underwear. Wait, wait, wait! I was joking with you. Calm down. Lucy waved her hand and quickly stepped back, only to trip over a rock and fell to the ground, and Yi approached bare-chested. Lucy moved back with her hands on her private parts. Igo shook his head and put his clothes over a terrified Lucy. Hey! Lucy was stunned and looked at Igo, her cheeks flushed slightly. Don't be too confident in yourself. Igo said speechlessly. The flush on Lucy's face disappeared instantly, and she lowered her head in shock. It's a very romantic atmosphere, but it's hurtful for you to do this. Igo waved his hand. All right, hurry up and make a fire. I'm going to have to spend the night here tonight. Oh! Lucy listlessly pulled a lighter out of her bag and lit a fire. In the evening, the two sat quietly by the fire, and Igo looked at the sky and muttered. Yani Kala. When Lucy heard this, she asked curiously. Yani Kala. Iago said. The guy I've been looking for. Igo, how is your father doing to you? Asked Lucy. Yani Kala is very strict with me, and she has a big temper. She starts at every turn, and sometimes she hits me with a big rock and knocks me unconscious. Igo scratched his head, reminiscing about the past. No, it's too much. Is it still human? Lucy looked at Igo in disbelief. Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak ill of your father. People. Igo wondered. No, my dad is not human. Lucy looked at Iago blankly and tilted her head. What's up? Igo smiled and said. Yani Kara is a dragon, a real dragon. Dragon. Lucy moved to Igo's side and touched Igo's body, and Igo winked at Lucy. Female rascal. No, it's not. Lucy quickly withdrew her hand. I'm just thinking, if your father is a dragon, why aren't you a dragon? How is it possible? Yani Kara is my adoptive father. Lucy smiled awkwardly. That's right. So your magic was taught to you by your father? Iago nodded. Yes, my magic, my language, my life skills were all taught to me by Yanika. Lucy looked up at the moon. Dragons. I'd love to see it. Lucy, do you really believe there are dragons? Igo turned to Lucy, who looked at him suspiciously. Believe, the world is so big, there must be. And isn't your father a dragon? Igo nodded and said. I thought you would think I was making up fairy tales like everyone else. You don't care what others think. Lucy comforted Igo on the side, and Igo smiled and lay down. Lucy, let's go together tomorrow. Lucy looked at Igo in surprise. You've agreed to be my traveling companion? Iago nodded. I can't get out myself anyway. Okay. Lucy lay down happily. That's... Igo, are you cold, or I'll give you back your clothes? Wear it, Igo said, waving his hand. The Dragon Slayer wizard is not so pretentious. Oh. Lucy clutched her coat and curled up in a small ball. Igo, have you considered joining the Wizards Guild? You should be so strong that you should be able to join, right? Igo shook his head. Not yet. Lucy, do you have a guild you'd like to join? Lucy nodded and said excitedly. Yes, Fairy Tale. That's the guild I must join. It's one of the best guilds in the kingdom. Igo muttered. Is there any news of Yani Kara there? Na Igo, shall we join Fairy Tale together? Lucy looked at Igo expectantly, and Igo pondered for a moment. If you join a powerful guild, you must be able to improve your strength even better, right? How's it going? Lucy moved to Iago's side with a look of anticipation. Okay, let's go and have a look, said Iago, smiling and looking at Lucy. Lucy cheered happily. Yes. Chapter 3. Igo and Lucy walked out of the forest to a town where they took a short rest before heading to the station to catch a ride to Magnolia, the town where Fairy Tale is located, but Igo resisted the train. Bang! Clang! The train sped along the tracks, and Igo and Lucy sat face to face. It's just that Igo's state is not very good. Vomit. Igo leaned back in his chair and turned his stomach in pain. I'm vomiting, I said. Don't vomit in the car. Poof, haha. Lucy clutched her stomach and looked at Iago with a smile. I didn't know that you would get sick like this. I didn't expect your weakness to be motion sickness. It's so cute. Igo covered his mouth and shouted. Gross, Lucy, you lack empathy. Gagged. Lucy patted Igo on the shoulder. Hold on a little longer, it'll be there soon. Suddenly, the train stopped. What's wrong? Lucy hurriedly looked out of the car. Haven't you arrived at the station yet? Tread, stomper, stomper. There was a sound of footsteps, and a group of men dressed in black and carrying knives boarded the train. Lao Tzu is the magician of the King of the Stone Gate. If you want to live, hand over the money to us. The King of the Stone Gate. Lucy muttered. Isn't that the dark guild that has been active recently? A man from the King of the Stone Gate walked over and yelled at Igo and Lucy. What are you talking about? Hurry up and get the money. Uncle, who are you? The man twitched a few times and raised his broadsword. You stinky little ghost. Open it. Taurus Dowman. A golden magic array lit up, and Lucy summoned a tall, muscular, cow-like minotaur with muscles. Come on, Taros, defeat them. The man hurriedly backed away. Magician. Talos waved a twin blade. Standing in front of Lucy, she said with a smile, Miss Lucy today is also a graceful figure. Go and deal with the enemy. You perverted cow. Lucy pointed to the King of the Stone Gate and shouted. Moo. Taros raised his axe and rushed forward, sending a sorcerer flying with a single axe. Seeing this, the rest of the people immediately rushed forward and scuffled at Talos. You damn girl, a man rushed from behind Lucy, raising his knife and slashing at Lucy. Wow! Lucy screamed, clutching her head. There was a dull sound, and the sorcerer was punched to the ground by Igo and passed out. Igo, you're all right? Lucy shouted in surprise. Full-blood resurrection. Igo clenched his fist and rushed towards the people of the King of the Stone Gate. Rock Dragon's broken fist. Igo's right fist covered the rock, knocking the two sorcerers flying with one punch, and then Igo put his hands in the shape of a bucket in front of his mouth, and spewed out a large amount of rubble and sand from it, knocking several people into the air. Rock dragons roar. Good. It's so strong. The magician of the King of Stone Gate was defeated and retreated. Rock dragon's wing strike. Igo raised his arms and swung forward. Two sharp rock walls cut the train in two, flying several of the magicians of the King of the Stone Gate, and the remaining few were about to flee when they saw that they were invincible. Talos, stop them! Lucy shouted, and Talos picked up his axe and knocked down all the fleeing people. Well done, Talos, you can go back. Lucy waved the key and sent Talos back to the Star Realm. Igo walked over to Lucy. It's not hurt, is it? Lucy patted her chest. It's okay, how's it going? I'm still strong, right? Igo tilted his head. Wasn't that cow fighting just now? I'm a star spirit wizard, that's how I fight. Oh, it's amazing, it's amazing. You're definitely perfunctory to me, right? Lucy said dissatisfiedly, and Igo grabbed Lucy's arm and pulled it hard, pulling Lucy to his side and holding it with one hand. Set up your other hand. Wow, what are you doing? Lucy shouted with a blushing face. In the next second, an ice sword flew towards Igo and Lucy. Igo attached his palm to the rock, took the ice sword and crushed it, and a black-haired man in a white coat walked by. I didn't expect there to be two fish that slipped through the net here. They. Black-haired man clenched his right hand into a fist on the palm of his left hand, and an ice-blue magic array appeared in front of him. Ice make. Several ice spears flew out from the black-haired man's front and stabbed at Iago and Lucy. Igo threw Lucy on a nearby chair and jumped to his feet to avoid the attack. Be gentle. Lucy clutched her sore buttocks, but Igo ignored Lucy and dodged the attack and rushed straight towards the black-haired man. Rock dragon's broken fist. Ice make. They. Man summoned an ice shield in front of him, stopping Igo's attack. Dragon Slayer Magi. There's one more in this bunch. Igo clenched his fist. Finally a decent man. The man gestured, summoning a magic circle over Igo's head, from which a large sledgehammer fell and smashed into Igo. Ice make, sledgehammer soldiers. Igo raised his hands and wrapped them in sharp stones. Rock dragon's broken teeth. Igo clawed his hands in rocks, crushing the hammer that fell from the sky, and placing his hands in the shape of barrels in front of his mouth. Dragon's roar. Ice make. The man created an ice shield to block the attack. He sprang to the side and rushed out, creating a massive ice axe that slashed at Igo. Ice make. Igo jumped up and stepped on top of the axe, raising his fist wrapped in rock and striking the man in front of the door. Rock dragon's broken fist. The man threw away the ice axe and raised his hands to block. Still being sent out. But Iago didn't intend to let him go, and continued to rush. Ice make, floor. They. Man slapped on the ground of the entire carriage instantly froze, Yi slipped and fell on the ice. The man stretched out his hand in front of him and summoned several ice spears to stab Ge. With the force of sliding forward, Ge attached a rock to his leg, kicking the ice gun to pieces and kicking the man to the ground. Rock dragon's hook. I'm on the ice, sliding all the way to the edge of the trunk, stepping on the wall and rushing up, attaching a hard rock to his forehead, and slamming it into the man's head. The hard bones of the rock dragon. Ice make. They. Man created a wall of ice in front of him to block Igo's head hammer, and Igo slammed his head into the ice wall to shatter it, and then kicked the rock through the scattered ice to block the man's view. Rock dragon's hook. The man was kicked by Igo and flew to the side of his seat, meeting Lucy's eyes. There's one hiding here. They. Man was stunned for a moment and shouted. Ice make. Lucy hurriedly pulled out a key and summoned a golden magic array. Open, Cancer's Gate, Caesar. Caesar burst out of the magic circle, swung the scissors in his hand, and cut the ice spear. Star Wizard, and the keys to the Zodiac. The man was taken aback. Leave it to me for both combat and styling, shrimp. The scissors flashed in Keisha's hand. Why do the cancer spirits say shrimp? The man shouted in shock. Yes, it's weird, shouted Iago, standing beside the man. Don't focus on this kind of thing, okay? Lucy yelled. And why are you two suddenly so harmonious? Igo and the man looked at each other awkwardly for a few seconds, and scuffled again. Rock Dragon's broken fist. Ice make, sledgehammer. Keisha rushed forward with his scissors and attacked the man from the side, who quickly took a big step back and took off his clothes at once, leaving only a pair of ultra-short pants. 2-1, right? Then I'm going to get real, shouted Igo. Why do you have to take off your clothes? The man blinked and looked down. You took it off yourself. Get dressed. Perverted. Lucy cried out with a red face and half covering her eyes. I know. The man frantically put on his pants. At this time, Lucy noticed the guild coat of arms on the man's chest. Wait, that coat of arms, you're the Wizard of Fairy Tale. The man put on his pants and struck in an attacking stance. That's right. I'm Grey Foal Pasta of Fairy Tale. I've been commissioned to clean up your bastard of the King of the Stone Gate. Igo tilted his head in confusion. King of the Stone Gate, what's that? Grey was stunned. Aren't you the magicians of the King of the Stone Gate? Lucy hurriedly waved her hand. No, I've just defeated the magician of the King of the Stone Gate, okay. Igo tilted his head in confusion. The King of the Stone Gate. Are you the group of people I just knocked down, huh? You're not in the same league as them. Grey looked around and seemed to have no one else who could defeat so many magicians. It's miserable, it's troublesome again. Can you two please don't go to the Magical Council to complain about us? Said Grey, covering his head and humblingly. Oh, no, we actually have one thing. I want to ask you for a favor. Lucy said. What's busy? Asked Grey. It's just. The two of us want to join you. Fairy Tale, is there anything? Lucy said tentatively. Come on. Talk to the president and you can join. Grey said lightly. It's that simple? Lucy asked, surprised. Grey nodded quizzically. Or else. That's. Grey, Igoyan said. I have a question for you. Grey looked at Igo. Ask. Have you heard any news about Yanikala? Igo looked at Grey expectantly. Yanikala. What is it? Grey wondered. Yanikara is a dragon, a rock dragon. And my father. Igo explained, and Grey shook his head. I haven't heard. But if you're looking for dragons, there's a guy in our guild who's just like you. Same as me? Iago wondered, and Grey nodded. It's a guy named Natsu, who is looking for a fire dragon named Ignir, who is also his father, and by the way, he is also a dragon slayer, a user of fire dragon slayer magic. Chapter 4. Grey takes Iago and Lucy to a wooden house in Magnolia with Fairy Tale written on it. This is it, Fairy Tale. Grey pushed open the door to the guild and Iago and Lucy followed. Welcome back to Grey. A gentle voice came from the front desk. At the front desk stood a girl with long white hair and light blue eyes. Wow! Miraji alive! Lucy looked at Miraja with stars in her eyes. Wow! What a big piece of meat! Igo drooled as he looked at a large piece of roast meat on the side. Myra and the two want to join the guild. Grey pointed to Myra, to Iago and Lucy. Myra looked in Grey's direction and spotted the two. Hello too. Myra Lien walked out of the front desk. I'm Mirage of Fairy Tale, and you two just call me Myra. Are you two joining the guild? Lucy nodded hurriedly. Well, my name is Lucy, and I'm a star wizard. Myra nodded with a smile on her face, glancing at Igo, who was still staring at the meat. Hey, what are you looking at? Lucy slapped Igo on the head and shouted. Introduce yourself. Igo looked at Lucy and Myra with a confused expression. Aha, I'm Igo, Igodhan. Beauty, what's your name? Lucy looked at Igo speechlessly. Didn't they say that? It's rude. Myra smiled and shook her head. It's all right, my name is Miraj Strauss. Please advise, Igo. Igo smiled with a row of large white teeth. Please advise me. Lucy looked at the confident Igo and bowed her head speechlessly. Suddenly, the door of the guild was kicked open, and a man with cherry hair jumped in, and a blue kitten with wings flew beside him. We're back. Who? Sakura-haired and kitten yelled. Welcome back, Natsu, Harpy, and Myra greeted them with a smile on her face. Hey! Bastard! The news you gave me about the dragon is fake. Natsu jumped up and kicked a yellow-haired man. Hey, I'm kind enough to tell you that I'm 100% what you're looking for. Marcus is kicked and flies onto another smoker. This is Fairy Boss Wizard Swakaba. Don't get into my way when you two fight, bastard. Suddenly, the three of them twisted together. I'm tired of the fuss when I get back, complained a woman holding a barrel bigger than a person. The wine is running bad, Gray said at Natsu's big hole. Shut up, you pervert. Natsu replied. There's really no way, I'll also participate in the battle. A man with two beautiful women in his arms on the side pushed his eyes and said handsomely. What a mess. A man with dark skin and a strong body pressed his fist. Why don't you take me with you in a fight? It's really not a man. All of a sudden, the entire guild picked up the guys and started fighting. Suddenly, several magic arrays flashed out. Fight with magic, Miss Myra doesn't have to worry about it, asked Lucy, hiding behind Igo. No, this kind of thing happens a lot in guilds, it's okay. A flying bottle slammed into Myra's head, blood streaming down Myra's forehead. Interesting, isn't it? Said Lucy, shaking her head desperately. It's not fun at all. It's scary. Bang! Elfman was thrown out of the side and smashed on Myra, who was blinded and fainted. Miss Myra? Lucy shouted. Igo clenched his fist eagerly. Okay, let me do the same. Lucy grabbed Igo and shook her head and shouted. No. It's all here. A loud voice came in from the door, and I saw a giant more than 10 meters tall walking into the guild. A foot on Natsu. Ah, President, you're back. Myra stood up and said with a smile. Did the regular meeting go well? Lucy and Igo swallowed as they looked at the giant in front of them. Is this the president of Fairy Tale? I feel super strong. I saw that the giant stepped on Natsu, his body continued to shrink, and finally shrank into a little old man about a meter high, stepped on Natsu and jumped to the second floor. Fairy Tale Guild President, I Makarov. It's so small. Igo and Lucy complained together. Makarov stood on the railing cup on the second floor, holding a stack of complaint letters. Look at this pile of papers, it's all complaints about your destruction of the town and the destruction of the streets. I was lectured by the Senate. Fairy Tale's crowd all bowed their heads to the errant child. Makarov smiled evilly, lit the complaint letter in his hand and threw it out. Natsu jumped up and swallowed the flames and ate it. But let the Senate eat. What are you doing with that? All supernatural forces are born of common sense. Magic is not a miraculous force, but a concrete manifestation of the flow of air in the human body that matches the wavelength of the air flowing in nature. Magic is the result of condensing mental power and concentration and injecting all of your soul. If you care about the opinions of others, you can't improve the path of the devil and move forward on the path you believe in. This is the magician of fairy tale. Oh! Fairy tales people raised their fists and responded, and Makarov shouted. Clean up the guild for me. Yo, what is the matter with you here? President, this is Lucy, and this is Igo. Both of them were magicians who wanted to join the guild. Mila stood beside Makarlov's head and introduced. Hello, the two of us. I see, Myra, you give them to the guild crests. Makarov interrupted Lucy with a wave of his hand. Okay, I know, President. Myra turned to the front desk to look for the magic seal. Well, this can be joined? No entrance exams or anything? Lucy asked in surprise, and Makarov laughed a few times and opened a bottle of wine and drank it. Fairy tale doesn't have that many mysteries, as long as you really want to join, it's fine. Igo patted Lucy on the shoulder and laughed. All right. You've asked this question a few times, wouldn't it be better if you didn't have an exam? Myra walked over to the two of them with a magic seal in her hand. I don't have to worry so much about treating the guild as my home. Come, I'll stamp you the guild crest. Just tell me what color you want and where to print. Igo held out his right hand. I want a purple seal on the back of my hand. Myra nodded, and pressed the magic seal on the back of Igo's hand, and a purple guild crest appeared on the back of Igo's hand. Okay, what about Lucy? Lucy also held out her hand. I want a pink one, and I'll have it on the back of my hand, too. Myra smiled, stamping Lucy with the guild crest as well. Don't imitate me. Igo said from the side. I didn't. I've always wanted to be here. Lucy said, looking at the two of them and smiling. It doesn't matter. There are a lot of people in the guild crest who have made it a couple. Lucy explained shyly, blushing. He and I are just ordinary travel companions. Not a couple. Myra said with a regretful expression. Really? I think the two of you are very suitable, and the relationship is so good. Lucy waved her hand and smiled wryly. No, Igo, hurry up and refute the rumors. Where is Igo? Lucy looked around, but didn't see where Igo was, only a group of people in the corner of the guild were making noise. Oh, the newcomer has a good eye, is he going to challenge Natsu as soon as he comes up? Natsu, you won't refuse when someone asks you for a fight. Lucy and Myra squeezed in from the group. Igo stood in front of Natsu, and the two looked at each other. Natsu suddenly stood up and clenched his hands into fists, igniting flames. I'm on fire. Lucy covered her head and complained. Why did you fight in the guild as soon as you came? Moments later, the guild was out into the streets, forming an enclosure arena. Natsu threw the scaly scarf around his neck behind him and immediately rushed towards Igo, raising his fist high in flames. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Igo smiled with satisfaction as he raised his fist, and a rock immediately sprouted from his fist. Rock Dragon's broken fist. The dragon-slaying magic of rock and fire, the fists of the two collided together, and it was difficult to distinguish the superior for a while, and Na immediately stretched out his other hand and clawed it into a claw to ignite a fire. Fire Dragon's broken fang. Igo also raised his other hand and wrapped his arm in the shape of a claw-like sharp rock. Rock Dragon's broken fang. The two of them were fist to fist, claw to claw, and they were frozen together. Natsu asked Igo very excitedly. You are also a dragon slayer magician? Igo also looked at Natsu excitedly. Of course. Bang. The two people who were in a stalemate bounced off each other, their hands in the shape of buckets in front of their mouths, and their movements were almost in unison. The roar of the fire dragon. The roar of the rock dragon. The flames and the dragon breath of sandstone collided and fused together, causing an explosion, and Natsu and Igo looked at each other excitedly, laughing and punching at each other. Chapter 5. Igo and Natsu rushed up again, one fist blazing with flames, the other sticking to the rock. Hey! Who's that? Your dragon-slaying magic is also from the dragon sect? Asked Natsu. Yes, I was taught magic by a rock dragon named Yanikala, and my name is Igo. Igo replied. Where's the dragon that taught you magic from Igo? I don't know how many years ago it was gone. Two of you, you punch, I punch. You talk to me and you fight. Natsu raised her arms to block Igo's attack and took a few steps back. When did it disappear? It couldn't have been 7 years ago. How do you know on July 7th of X777 years ago? Igneel, the fire dragon that taught me disappeared at that time. Really, the two dragons disappeared on the same day? Igo and Natsu raised their hands at the same time and swung them forward. Igo swung 2 sharp rock walls, and Natsu swung 2 flames into swirls, and their magic collided, blasting cracks in the ground in the streets. Fire dragon's wing strike. Rock dragon's wing strike. Bang! Bang! 2 huge fists smashed into Igo and Natsu, grabbing them, both of them. Makarov picked up the 2 with his huge palms. Don't spoil the streets, you little cubs. Lucy stood in front of a door in the evening, holding a key. Well, this is the room. Lucy opened the door and walked in. Although the rent is a bit expensive at 70,000 a month, the good thing is that the layout here is very well lit. Igo. Why are you at my house? Lucy walked to the living room and saw Igo lying on the couch with a bag of potato chips. Yo, come and sit down. This is my house. Lucy complained. And why are you at my house? I'll close the door. Igo pointed to the window of his room. Where can I come in? Lucy bowed her head speechlessly. What the hell are you doing at my house? Igo tilted his head. It's okay. Why don't you come here if you're fine? Go to your own house. Couldn't you live with you at your own house? How can you be? I'll pay the rent, I won't live in vain. It's not about money, hurry up and get out. Lucy is so ruthless. I'll just sleep in the living room. Didn't you take a bunch of gold before? Rent a house by yourself. After the two argued, Lucy pointed to the magic crystal in Igo's pocket. Igo took out the magic crystal and scratched his head in embarrassment. This. Igo released all the contents of the magic crystal, but it turned out that it was not meat, and he couldn't find any money. No pay the cost of breaking the train before. The rest is all spent. Lucy looked at the wine in front of her and wanted to complain but had nothing to say. You guy, even so, you are not allowed to stay at my house. Igo put the wine and meat in the 4 magic crystals, climbed down from the sofa, put a silver key on the table, and walked to close the door pitifully. I'll give you this key and I'll go first. Lucy took the silver key, and after a moment of struggling in her heart, she ran out of the door and grabbed Igo. Okay, yes, I can join Fairy Tale along the way, and I've received a lot of help from you. Let's share this house together, but you have to sleep in the living room. I smiled, picked up Lucy, and ran back to the house. Okay. Lucy, you're the best. Lucy blushed, and kept beating Igo on the back. With both hands, let go of me. I'm going to be a hooligan. Igo carried Lucy back to the house, and the two took a shower one after another, and sat in the living room. Lucy held the silver key that Iago had just given her. Where did you get the key? I've always wanted one. Igo shook his head while holding a piece of barbecue and said. The owner of the magic shop said it would be better to give this to girls. Lucy held the key and shook it happily. By the way, you don't know how the contract between the Star Spirit Wizard and the Star Spirit is signed. Right? Let you see it today. Lucy waved the key of the small seat and opened a blue magic circle. I am the one who connects the way to the astral realm, destiny. At my call, pass through the door, open it. PSS. Doesn't it have a name called Nicola? Of course, my own star spirit can be named after itself. Blue likes the name too, doesn't she? Lucy sent Blue to the 4-star spirit realm and lay down on the couch, staring at Igo for a moment. Igo, why don't you get a haircut? Igo pulled at his hair and wondered. Is it long? Lucy sighed and saw that her hair was longer than her own. Not only is it long, it's messy. Do you boys care so much about your image? Said Igo with a look of nonchalance. All on. Cancer, 3 doors of Keisha. Shrimp. Igo bit his hand and pointed at it with a difficult face. And said, the crab said that the shrimp is so uncomfortable. This thing can't go away. Lucy patted Ge's head with her ribs. Keisha. Give Igo a hairstyle. Keisha held up 2 pairs of scissors and clicked a few times. Yes, Miss Lucy. Scissors. Like a moon, 2 swimming fish, on Ida hair, delicately rode away, and Igo's hair fell to the ground one by one. I feel a lot more refreshed after cutting my hair, thank you, crab. Igo touched his new hairstyle with satisfaction. It's my pleasure to serve you. Keisha hurriedly bowed to the spirit realm, and Igo looked at Lucy with a smile. Lucy, how is it? Lucy clutched her nosebleed, her cheeks flushed, and she shouted in shock. You, this is the same person. Igo has just finished taking a shower, and the upper half of his body is bare-eyed, and he usually covers it with a rag wooden suit, which is obviously very thin, but in fact Igo's body is very strong. The muscle lines are obvious, and the previous face is half covered by messy long hair because it has not been washed for a long time, which looks a little awkward. Now that my hair has been cut short and my face has been washed, I found that my face is slightly more mature than my peers, with bare upper body muscles and tight muscles. There is a scar on his chest and a light brown gemstone necklace around his neck. The whole person is no worse than the male model in the weekly magazine, and even better. Lucy, you're bleeding, it's okay, your face is so red, you don't have a fever, right? Asked Igo close to Lucy. Lucy pushed Igo away and took a few steps back. No, it's okay. Is it? Igo frightened Lucy in confusion, her emerald eyes flashing. Lucy blushed, her eyes drifting around and nodded. Okay then. Igo sat on the sofa. By the way, do you want to go to work together tomorrow? Lucy nodded. Of course, didn't Miss Myra say that you can team up to complete the mission? I smiled. Okay, let's go out early tomorrow and get a good job. Chapter 6. The next day, Lucy Igo bought a decent outfit with a pair of brown cropped pants and a white coat. Igo was shirtless on the upper half of his body, and his coat was buttoned only 2 or 3 times, revealing the position around his navel. Then the two came to the guild together. Broke your bill again, Lucy? Igo said as he stood in front of the commission board, holding the back of his head with his hands. Hurry up and take a decent commission first, and make a little money. Even then, the president probably wouldn't let us take a commission that was too high level, would he? Lucy said. It's okay, Myra told me yesterday that if she can draw with Natsu, most of the commissions in the guild will be fine. Igo said, waving his hand. Took off a commission from the commission board and shook it in front of Lucy. What do you think of this commission? As long as you burn a book, there will be 200,000 J. Lucy took the commission in disbelief and read it again. Burn a book and you will have a reward of 200,000 J? At this time, Lucy noticed a line of small print under the order. Specially designated a cute blonde maid with a good figure. What is this? Igo looked puzzled. Oh, I didn't see this, let's change it. Lucy put the commission behind her. Do you think you are not in good shape enough, or are you not cute enough? Igo cast a strange look at Lucy. Could it be that Lucy still has this fetish? Lucy hurriedly shook her head. No, don't you think 200,000 J is tempting? Igo hurriedly left the scene after entrusting the registration. You don't have to explain, Lucy, I understand, everyone has some quirks. No. Lucy hurriedly followed and shouted. After that, the two took a train for most of the day to the client's home. I said don't get in the car. Igo might as well have died holding Lucy's shoulder. That's pretty much it. It's been almost 20 minutes since I got off the bus. Lucy said helplessly. Holding Iago. Lucy rang the doorbell of the client's house. Hello, we are the magicians who have come to complete the commission. As soon as he spoke, the door was pushed open, and an older couple hurriedly welcomed them in. The client's home is very luxurious, and every piece of furniture reveals an expensive atmosphere. Master Magician, please take a seat. The client made tea for the two of them and invited them to sit on the sofa. My name is Kirby, and I am the client of this commission, and this is my insider. Lucy waved her hand. You don't have to be so polite, tell us the details of the commission first. Kirby nodded. I need two of you to infiltrate a bar's mansion in search of a book called Sunrise. And destroy it. Lucy was puzzled. Isn't the book with you? Kirby shook his head. No, if the book were in my hand, I wouldn't have to bother with the two of you. The book is now in the hands of a local bureaucrat. Lucy struggled for a moment. But so. Isn't it a burglary? Don't worry. Igo suddenly resurrected from the sidelines and shouted. We're professionals. Lucy, who was on the side, was startled and yelled at Igo. Don't shout so loudly all of a sudden. Kirby said to Iago. Okay. I'm relieved to have your words. When you two come back, I'll prepare 2 million J. Well. 2 million J. Isn't it 200,000 J? The two exclaimed. Don't you know? I've raised the commission to 2 million J today. Kirby explained to the two. 2 million J. The two of them were shocked when they heard this astronomical number come out of Kirby's mouth. Kirby also patted his chest. That's right, I must thank the two of them with the greatest sincerity, but that book must not stay in this world. Igo patted Kirby, Uncle. Don't worry. Kirby told the two of them the location of the EPUB mansion. The mansion is looking for a blonde maid. They. Two of them took the map and immediately began to hurry, and then sat down at a cafe near the mansion. Igo, how is it? Lucy spun around in front of Iago in a maid outfit. Isn't it attractive? Igo lay down on the table nonchalantly. Oh, yes, yes. Lucy shook Igo unwillingly. Hey, am I so unfeminine? Igo whistled. Just try it if you have it. Lucy confidently stepped on her backpack. Humph. Wait and see. After a while, Lucy staggered back in black and white. Igo looked at Lucy speechlessly. Did you fail? It looks so dim. Lucy sat down in her chair and pulled Igo's arm aggrievedly. Don't blame me, it's that person who has an aesthetic problem. Igo looked at Lucy speechlessly. Are you wearing gloves? Lucy shook her head. And Igo asked even more speechlessly. Is there something wrong with the bureaucrat in the mansion? Lucy shook her head again. Igo grabbed Lucy's hand speechlessly and pointed to the back of Lucy's hand. Do you see what this is? Oh, it's the guild logo revealed. Lucy suddenly realized that there was still joy on her face. I'll just say that my charm is okay. Igo looked at Lucy, who looked lucky, and said. The plan failed. How happy are you? Lucy stuck out her tongue and smiled. Okay, let's think of another way. Igo touched his chin and pondered for a moment, looking at the vents of a bar's mansion, and Lucy followed Iago. It doesn't work. It's so high, how do you want to get in? Igo smiled and lifted Lucy on his shoulders, stepping on the rock wall and jumping upward. Hold on. Wow, what are you doing? Don't be kidding. Lucy screamed and grabbed Ego by the back. Slow down. In seconds, Ego jumped onto the vent of Abar's mansion. Without hesitation, I jumped down. With a snap, it landed smoothly in an empty room and put Lucy down. Oh yes, don't shout so loudly, you'll be discovered. Lucy said with a sigh of relief. Can't you be gentle, like a princess hug or something? Every time I carry it, I run. Ego patted the dirt on his body. I know, there are still a lot of requirements. The door was kicked open, and Ego and Lucy hurriedly retreated, only to see three strange-looking men walking in maid costumes, with big iron rods in their hands. What kind of monster is this? I haven't seen it before. Ego exclaimed. This isn't a monster. This is a personal maid. I said that the dead fat pig is not aesthetically normal. Lucy yelled. It's a psychopath, isn't it? Said Iago, looking at the three muscular maids with iron rods. Lucy. You can find the book first. Lucy nodded and ran out of the side door. You have to be careful. Little thief. Where to run? Maid 1 raised her iron rod and threw it at Lucy, and Ego stepped up. With a step, Rock Dragon's broken fist. Bang! Ego punches the mace out of Maid 1's hand, and then kicks Maid 1 in the abdomen sideways, sending Maid 1 flying to Maid 2. Rock Dragon's hook. Maid 3 rushed forward and raised the iron rod, and Ego clawed his hand and grabbed it at Maid 3. Rock Dragon's broken teeth. Maid 3 crashed into number 1 and number 2 and rolled out along the gate. When Ego walked out of the room, he saw that the three of them had lost consciousness, and he couldn't help but vomit. It's so weak. Ego hurriedly stabilized himself. Who did the sneak attack? Get out of here. Two men stood in front of Ego, one holding a 2-meter-long pan in his hand, and the other holding a 2-meter-long spoon. Ego blinked excitedly. Is it a chef? Cooking in this pot must be delicious. Cook, you're really underestimated, brother. They. Man with the spoon said to the man with the pot. We are the Berniexia brothers of the Mercenary Guild Southern Wolves. Calm down, brother. Let's not talk about this guy's ignorance, we should complete the task first, or we will be scolded by our mother. The man with the pot said. Ego touched his chin. Southern Wolf. Mercenary Guild? I had never heard of Ego's. Thinking Kung Fu. And the Berniexia brothers struck Ego left and right. Die, wizard. Ego jumped into the air to dodge the attack, put his hands up, and prepared to attack. Rock Dragons. Brother. On. The younger brother stepped on his brother's pot and cocked the spoon. The elder brother lifted the iron pot with all his might, and the younger brother held the iron spoon and flew out like an arrow and hit Ego in the stomach. It hurts, it hurts. Ego got up from the side and patted the dust off his body. Do you really have 2 hits? The Berniexia brothers stood together on the left and right, and the elder brother spoke. You can still stand up after such a blow, you also have some strength, but you have no chance of winning, because we know the greatest weakness of the magician. Iago wondered. The Magus' biggest weakness. Chapter 7. The magician's greatest weakness. Ego frowned and asked. What is it? The Bernellen brothers crossed the pot and spoon and posed. That's right. That's the flesh. The elder brother explained. Magicians practice magic all year round, but neglect the exercise of the body, and we hungry wolves are the opposite. We never practice magic, but focus on improving the body, which also leads us to kill you with just one blow. The younger brother added. There was once a great magician who had been practicing magic for decades. And my brother and I used only one blow to kill that magician. Ego stood aside and dug into his ears indifferently. Can you start fighting? The elder brother shook his head and picked up the cauldron. You still don't understand the difference in strength between the two sides. Ego chuckled a few times, pressed his fist, and said, "Strength, Gap, how can you know this kind of thing without a fight?" Ego rushed forward with a step, his right hand clenched into a fist. Rock Dragon's broken fist. The elder brother set up an iron pot to block Igo's attacks. The younger brother took the opportunity to swing the spoon and slapped it at Igo. Rock Dragon's broken teeth. Igo stretched out his left hand, clawed it, and pinched the spoon. "How is that possible?" the younger brother shouted in horror. "How can a mere magician imp suppress me and my brother in strength?" The elder brother was slightly shocked and explained. "No. Don't panic, he's able to fight us because he uses magic, so we have to use that." The Burney brothers jumped backwards at the same time, the elder brother holding the cauldron flat, and the younger brother standing on the pot carrying the big spoon. "What kind of acrobatics are you going to do? Can't you do a good job?" Igo shouted impatiently. "Don't rush, wizard. Your time of death has come." The elder brother lifted the iron pot vigorously and lifted the younger brother into the air. Seeing this, Igo put his hands in the shape of buckets in front of his mouth, aiming at the sky. Rock Dragon's roar. Bang! With a muffled sound, his brother rushed to Igo from the ground and slapped Igo away. Igo smashed on the bookshelf to the side. Igo hurriedly got up and rushed forward. "You bastard! Rock Dragon's hook!" Bang! This time it was my brother who came down from the sky and slapped a spoonful on Igo, slapping him into the floor. Pat the floor out of a big hole. Igo was standing in the pit, holding his head and getting a little dizzy, when the Burney brothers rushed to Igo from left to right, the pot and spoon in their hands crossed, and they squeezed at Igo like scissors. "You're amazing enough to stand after so many of our moves, but now you're going to be a mashed meat." Bang! The iron pot and the big spoon were caught at the same time, and Igo gritted his teeth and pinched the weapons of the two with his bare hands. "What?" Igo crushed the iron pot and the spoon with both hands, and then Igo raised his hands and clasped them together, turning them into a huge rock hammer. Rock Dragon's hammer. Boom! The giant hammer smashed into the ground with the two of them, smashing the ground and creating a sinkhole. Several people fell from above. "Wow!" Igo fluttered wildly in the air, grabbing the gravel of the floor and throwing it into his mouth. "Bah, what a mansion, even the marble floor is not pure." On the other side of the day, in the basement library, Lucy was holding a book with a look of excitement. "This is the book that was commissioned to be destroyed. I really didn't expect it to be the work of that famous novelist. But there are no ones on the market that sell it. Could it be an unpublished work?" Lucy smiled evilly, opened Sunset and put on the magic glasses that Libby had given her not long ago. "What a great glass, it's really a glance. The contents of the book are all in my head." Lucy turned the pages very quickly, and the words on the book seemed to come to life. "There is such a big secret hidden in this book. Tell me the secret, let's hear it." A bell slipped out of the wall and grabbed the book in Lucy's hand. "Wow!" Lucy was taken aback by a bell and kicked a bell in the face, sending him flying a few meters away. "What rudeness, you little girl!" Covering his red nose, a bell said, "But if you tell me the secrets in the book you said, I can forgive you." Lucy didn't wait for Abar to finish, picked up the book and ran out. Abar chased after him on his short legs, and the two ran into a cul-de-sac in the sewers. "Little girl, you can't run away now," Abar said breathlessly. Lucy swallowed, pulled out a golden key, and inserted it into the water. "No way, open it." A golden magic array flashed, and a mermaid with long blue hair and a golden water bottle appeared on the surface. "Please, Akwae. Hey!" A red angry symbol appeared on Akia's forehead, and she roared angrily. "Didn't I say that I was going on a date with my boyfriend for the past 2 weeks and was not allowed to summon me? What are you doing? You little girl! You didn't say it. Then I've said it now." Aquia waved the water bottle and set off a huge wave that washed Lucy and Abal away together. I'm sorry. Lucy apologized to Aqua as she was swept upside down by the waves, and Aquia pursed her lips in disdain and returned to the star spirit realm. Ahem, it hurts. Lucy coughed twice, and muttered wetly, damn little girl. Abar also pulled out a golden key and waved it. Open it. This guy is also a star spirit wizard. Lucy said incredulously. A golden magic circle flashed, and a pink-haired maid who looked like a chimpanzee drilled out of the magic array. Wow! Lucy was startled and shouted. You're the one from before. Is it a star spirit? Abal pointed to Lucy. Go, below. Grab the book from her. Do your bidding, master. The ceiling of the sewer suddenly collapsed, and a large pile of rubble fell on Lucy from above, along with Ego. Ego sat on top of Lucy, and the two looked at each other awkwardly for a moment. Yo! Ego smiled and said. Lucy shouted. Yo! You're big. Ego jumped off of Lucy and said with a grin. Lucy, you have sunset. No. Lucy resolutely refused. This book is not that simple, it must not be destroyed. Ego was stunned and nodded. I see, then hurry back to Mr. Kirby. With that, Iago turned to look at Abar. But I'll have to deal with you first. Abal stroked his beard disdainfully. Another little ghost. Hungry wolf, those two guys haven't been killed yet. The hungry wolf Berniexia brothers fell to the ground. What? Abar shouted in surprise. Killed. Igo clenched his fist and walked towards Abar. You, what are you going to do? Don't come here, Balugar, go get rid of him. Abar shouted in panic. Balag raised her fist and charged at Iago. Rock Dragon's hook. Igo kicked Balag out of the way, and sent him flying with him. All right, let's go back now. Afterwards, Igo and Lucy returned to Kirby's home with Sunset. It's nice to see both of you return safely, Kirby. Sat on the couch, his face slightly gloomy. But why didn't you destroy the book? Lucy puts Sunset on the table and pushes it in front of Kirby. This book can't be destroyed, and the secret must be known to Mr. Kirby. Kirby held up Sunset and took out a lighter to light it. What's the secret? This book must be destroyed. Igo stood up, grabbed Kirby's arm, and stopped him. Lucy didn't tell you to wait. Kirby reluctantly threw down the lighter, and the Sunset in his hand fell to the ground. This rotten book that insults my father's glory. Lucy stepped forward, picked up Sunset, and shoved it into Kirby's hand. Mr. Kirby, please inject magic into this book. Kirby sighed lightly and took Sunset to inject magic into the book. Immediately after that, the words in the book glowed brightly and flew into the air. Chapter 8. The words in the book glowed white and flew into the air. What's going on? Kirby asked, surprised. The author of the book, after completing the book, cast a spell on the book. Hides the real content of the book. Lucy explains. This book is not a funny cliché. And the author left his son's last letter. As soon as the words fell, the words from heaven fell back into the book, and instead of sunrise, a book called To Dear Kirby appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Kirby held the book in his arms with trembling hands. That's it. It turns out that I have always misunderstood what my father meant. Kirby stood up excitedly with the book in his arms. Thank you so much. I'm going to do something I'll regret for the rest of my life. Lucy smiled. It's okay now, everyone is happy. Igo patted Lucy on the shoulder. All right, let's go, too. Lucy was stunned. That Igo, in trust. The money. Kirby also hurriedly asked his wife to get the money. Don't worry, you two, let's take the money out. Igo smiled, took Lucy's hand, walked out, and waved his hand. No need, we didn't destroy the book as commissioned, and collecting money before completing the commission will damage the reputation of the guild, but it's better for you to go home quickly, uncle. Lucy was dragged back to town by Igo, and asked unwillingly, Igo, do you really not accept the commission fee? 2 million ding. Igo leaned back in his chair and explained nonchalantly. Even if you want them, you can't afford it, right? Lucy was slightly stunned. Igo, how do you see that? Igo pointed to his nose. Because uncle's smell doesn't match the house, my nose is smart. Lucy sighed. Then there is no way. Igo patted Lucy's head and took out a golden key. It's not completely unrewarded. Lucy took the key and shouted excitedly. Virgo's key. No, how can you take it without permission? It's all right. The orangutan maid asked me to give you the key. Igo smiled. It's just right to be the reward for this commission. Lucy happily held the key in her hand, and scratched her head a little embarrassedly. But then, didn't Igo just run away with me for nothing? Igo stomped to his feet and smiled. It's okay, anyway, I invited Lucy. It's fun to be able to hang out with Lucy like this. The reward doesn't matter. Lucy's cheeks flushed slightly. All right, in that case, let's go back to the guild. Igo swallowed and asked. Again, do you want to take a car again? Lucy sighed and smiled. Then let's walk over this time. It's not that far from the guild after all. Igord took Lucy's hand and strode up. Yes, let's go. Don't go so fast. Lucy trotted to catch up with Iago. The two of them marched in the direction of the guild in the afterglow of the setting sun. The next morning, the two returned to the guild and stood at the door, and the same noise came from the guild. Igo stepped forward and kicked open the guild door. We're back. Don't kick the door. Mila greeted the two with a plate and a smile. Welcome back. Bang bang. There was a slapstick. In the guild, do you want to fight, you ice exhibitionist? Come on, flame bastard. Natsu and Grey were head to head, stalemate, arguing. Ha! Another bucket. Kana threw the drained barrel on the ground and wiped her mouth heroically. Hey, Miss Lucy, would you like to have a meal together? Loki pushed his glasses and leaned in. Who are you? Igo glared at Loki from the side and muttered. Wait. You're a star spirit wizard. Loki exclaimed as he saw several keys in Lucy's pocket. Yes, what's wrong? Lucy shook the key with it. I'm sorry, we're done before. Loki ran out of the guild with a sad look. When did it start? Lucy complained speechlessly, and Myra covered her mouth and smiled, pointing at Igo. Is Igo jealous? Not really. Igo turned his head and said. With a bang, the guild door was slammed open again, and Loki ran back in a panic. Why did you come back again? Lucy muttered with black lines on her head. Oh no. No. Loki shouted, pointing to the door in horror, Ilussa. What? The originally noisy guild suddenly fell silent, and Igo and Lucy were stunned by the sudden change. Da-da, a sound of footsteps approached, and a long-haired red woman in armor walked in. This person is none other than Ilussa Shikaret of Fairy Tale. Behind it was a huge beast tooth. Ilussa, welcome back. Myra greeted her with a smile. Well, you've worked hard, Myra. Ilussa smiled in response, then looked at the others with a heavy face. Natsu. How many more streets have you destroyed? Grey, don't go out naked. Loki, don't mess around here. Kana, that's how you drink? There are also Macau and Wakaba. Forget it, I won't say anything about you. Lucy whispered. Didn't you say a lot? What? Ilussa turned her head to look at Lucy, and Lucy hurriedly waved her hand. No, it's nothing. Ilusa nodded and looked at Lucy and Igo for a while. You too? Is it a newcomer? Lucy nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes. I'm Lucy. Igo smiled and patted his chest. My name is Igodhan, please take care of me. You're welcome to join Fairy Tale, I hope it didn't scare you. Ilusa smiled and turned to look at Myra. Myra. Isn't the president here? Myra shook her head. President, he's gone to the regular meeting. And he'll be back in 2 days. What's the matter? Ilusa pondered for a moment and sighed. There was something I should have told the president first. It seems too late. Gray, you two go and prepare, I need your help. Hey! The crowd exclaimed. In disbelief, Ilusa needs help. Natsu and Gray pointed at each other. Why are you with this guy? Ilusa glanced at the two of them. Why? Did you quarrel? The two immediately hugged each other, shook hands and smiled. What? Our relationship has always been very good. Who? Ilusa nodded in relief. Okay, let's go together. It's been a long time since I've been on a mission with you. Okay. We get it. The two immediately agreed, and after sending Ilusa away, they quarreled again. The man named Ilusa has a strong sense of oppression. Lucy said. Yes, isn't that guy super strong? Igo also asked. Myra nodded and said. Bijing Ilusa is the strongest female sorcerer of Fairy Tale. At the age of 15, he became an S-class magician, and she is also the youngest S-class magician in the wizarding world, the Fairy Queen. Igo was silent for a moment. S-class magician. What is it? Myra patiently explained. S-class magicians are elite magicians selected by the guild leaders, and by the way, there are only 5 S-class magicians in Fairy Tale, including Ilusa. Igo smiled and decided. In other words, S-class magicians are super strong guys. It's not that easy. Lucy smiled. Hey, if you say that, I can't sit still. Natsu walked up to Igo and said. I'm the one who wants to be an S-class. Stop bragging. I'm the one who wants to be an S-class this year. Gray didn't admit defeat and said, No, since I said I want to be. Then I will be. Igo clasped his hands to his chest and said unconvinced. If you don't accept it, let's compare. Okay. The two responded in unison, and Myra patted the two of them and kindly reminded them. Aren't you two going to prepare? The confident smiles of the two disappeared instantly, and they immediately ran out. Yes, if you are late. Myra then says to Lucy and Yago. Can I ask them to come with you? Lucy was stunned for a moment. Hey! Myra explained. I'm worried that if a few of them go, it's going to be messy, so I want Lucy to stop them. Just me. Lucy smiled awkwardly. Well, please. I'm sure you can. Myra said with a smile. Woo. Since Sister Mila has said so. Okay then, what about Igo? Lucy sighed and asked Igo who whistled absently and said, since Lucy has gone, then I'll follow. Chapter 9. Inside Magnolia's station, Igo stood aside. Why are you two here too? Natsu asked. Sister Myra didn't tell us to follow along, replied Lucy, sitting on a cloth bag. You think I'm coming, but why hasn't Miss Ilusa come yet? Are you calling me? A majestic voice came from behind Lucy. Ai. Ilusa. Natsu and Gray exclaimed, hugging each other. The two of us also got along well today. Who? Ilusa nodded, turning her face to look at Yago and Lucy. You too. You're new to the guild, aren't you? Lucy nodded. Well, it was Sister Myra who asked us to come along. It just so happened that I could see the strength of the two of them. Ilusa smiled. Then let's go. Wait a minute. Natsu suddenly stopped Ilusa. Ilusa, I have a request. Gray asked in surprise. Dare to ask Ilusa to make conditions, are you crazy? Ilusa said curiously. Say, if it's not too much, I can say yes. Natsu clenched his fist and burst into flames. When you get back, fight me. I'm getting stronger. Gray shouted even more in surprise. Don't you think about it. After hearing this, Ilusa smiled slightly. No problem, let me see your growth then. In that case, please have a fight with me then. Igo suddenly spoke. I heard Myra say that you are very strong, the strongest female sorcerer in the guild. Lucy whispered. Igo, don't join in the fun. Gray looked at Yago in shock. You don't want to die too. Ilusa chuckled a few times, clasped her hands to her chest, and said. What's the matter? You're so confident. Lucy muttered quietly. The blue kitten standing at Natsu's feet nodded. Hey, of course. I think Natsu and Igo will be beaten badly by Ilusa when they go together. Really fake. Hey. Lucy ducked behind Yago and exclaimed, the cat has spoken. Boom. The kitten raised his paw and said. I'm Harpy. I'm Natsu's partner. Lucy poked Harpy. That's not the problem. Can cats talk? Harpy wagged his tail. Whoa. Absolutely. You're very rude. Ilusa picked up her luggage and walked out. All right, don't delay the time, let's go. After a while, several people got into the car. Without exception, Igo was sick. And Natsu also became disgusted together, vomit. Gray was sandwiched between the two, holding them with a look of disgust. You'd better not spit it out. Ilusa sighed and said. I can't stand you two like this. Sit down next to me, and I'll make you feel better. So you're telling me to go away? Lucy complained to herself, and stood up for Natsu to sit down. Ilusa gently stroked Natsu's back, and then unexpectedly punched Natsu in the stomach, causing Natsu's eyes to roll out. Igo is next, right? No. Whoa. Igo waved his hand repeatedly, speechless. That. Ilusa, Igo shouldn't be needed. Lucy sat next to Igo and laughed awkwardly. Forget it, you're welcome. Ilusa said, pushing Natsu aside. I'll explain why I called you out this time. Everyone immediately focused, and Ilusa said. When I returned from my last mission, I overheard a conversation between a group of dark mages. Dark magus? Gray asked. Dark guild guys. Ilusa nodded. That's right, it's a bunch of guys who call themselves Bot Forest. Gray looked down and pondered for a moment. Iron Forest. I remember their leader being the one. Ilusa continued. Death, Eliger. Quite a famous fellow. Death. Eligor. Lucy swallowed and broke out in a cold sweat. Are we going to fight that kind of guy? Harpy looked at Lucy. Hey. Lucy, you're so juicy. It's Khan. Lucy shouted. Ilusa coughed twice, and continued. This time they somewhere got the legendary curse song Lullaby, which is said to be a flute sealed with demons. The singing sound it blows can easily kill people. Lucy suddenly felt a shiver in her back. Such a terrible thing has fallen into the wrong hands. Isn't it dangerous? Ilusa nodded. That's why I'm calling you out in such a hurry. At this time, in the seat of the car not far from everyone, there was a squinting man playing with a wooden flute carved with a skull, and heard the conversation of several people clearly. Anyway, I don't know about your magic yet. Ilusa turned to Lucy and asked, and Lucy patted her on the waist bag. I'm a star spirit wizard, and Igo is a rock dragon slayer wizard, so what about Ilusa's magic? Harpy took the lead and said. Ilusa's magic is very beautiful, and when you use it, a lot of blood will come out, of course, it's the enemy. Lucy trembled and complained, "It's clearly scary, okay?" Ilusa shook her head and smiled. "No. My magic is just the most common disguise magic. If it's pretty, I'd think Gray's ice magic is a little prettier." Gray made a fairy tale badge out of ice. "Really, I'm glad to hear you say that." And the group continued to talk for a while. The train arrived at the station, and the people got off the train with their luggage. "Haven't you recovered yet? Is it that exaggerated?" Lucy helped Igo against the wall. "No. I'll vomit again. Slow down for a while, vomit." Igo leaned against the wall and said while spitting. "No way, then wait a little." Ilusa and the others stood aside. "This guy has worse symptoms of motion sickness than Natsu, right?" said Gray. "Oh. Did Natsu get out of the car?" Harpy asked. "How many people? You look at me, I look at you," and there was silence for a while. "Natsu is still in the car," everyone exclaimed, and Ilusa immediately ran back to the station with everyone, rushed directly into the control room, and grabbed the collar of a staff member. "Hurry up and stop the train, our companion is still on it." The staff looked horrified. "This kind of thing?" Lucy complained loudly, "How is it possible?" "Stop!" Igo was on the sidelines, ignoring the staff's obstruction, and pulled the train's lever down. "Hey!" Lucy shouted at Igo in disbelief. "Looks like you're pretty much in tune with fairy tale." Harpy flew up and pointed to a magic 4WD outside the window. "Oh, let's go find Natsu." Igo looked resistant. "Isn't it right?" Ilusa pulled a few people and jumped directly from the window. "Get in the car." "I'll drive." After a few people squeezed into the car, Ilusa connected the X-port on the car to herself, and ran wildly, "Spare me." Igo covered his mouth and said dizzily, "On the train about a few minutes ago." "Gross. Where did you go to?" Harpy. Natsu, who was gradually waking up, looked at the empty seat and muttered. At this time, the man who was sitting next to a few people just now walked over. "Yo, little brother, you don't seem well, do you need help?" Natsu shook his head, speechless. "Don't be so cold. I came to ask you kindly." A dark magic array appeared in the man's hand, and he stood in front of Natsu and sneered. Flies of the Bright Guild. Chapter 10. Fly of Light. A dark magic array appeared in the man's hand, and a dark shadow burst out of the ground, knocking Natsu out of the air and slamming him on the table next to him. "Don't get in the way every time." Natsu rolled around the table a few times and fell to the ground. I struggled to get up against motion sickness, clenched my fists, and just ignited a little spark, and it turned into smoke because of motion sickness. "Gross, you are. Dark guilds. Whoa." The man punched Natsu in the face, pinning Natsu to the ground and punching Natsu in the face. "Loudza is Kagama of the Iron Forest, remember for me, you fly." Natsu was pinned to the ground by Kagama, and the feeling of being dizzy made Natsu unable to even block, so she had to use her face to hard. "You're so weak." Kagama stomped on Natsu and sneered. Squeak, one by one, suddenly, the train stopped. Kaga didn't stand still and fell forward. "Boy! You were fighting hard just now." Natsu rubbed his face and stood up, and Kagama stood up with her head covered, a magic circle appearing in her hand. "You." The iron fist of the fire dragon. Natsu's right fist burst into flames and slammed into Kagama's face, who slammed into the boot door and spilled out across the bag, dragon's hook. With a bang, Natsu kicked it over, opening a hole directly next to the trunk. Then, Natsu looked at Lullaby beside Kagama and reached out to pick it up. "What is this? Don't touch." Kagama jumped up from the ground and snatched Lullaby over. Summons several shadows to attack Natsu, Dragon's Wing Strike. With a wave of his hand, Natsu burned the shadow out. There was a sound of iron colliding with iron, and the train started again, not good. Whoa! Natsu fainted suddenly, when a magic guide four-wheel drive came outside the train. Natsu! Harpy shouted in the car. Natsu covered her mouth and jumped to the side. Ilusa hurriedly opened the door and adjusted the direction to let Natsu jump in. It's really good that you're okay. Guilty, Ilusa took Natsu into her arms, hard armor to be exact. But how did the train get like this? Natsu slowed down and said. There was a guy from the Dark Guild in the car just now. What's it called? Horses of the Iron Forest. Boom! Ilusa punched Natsu in the head. That's our enemy this time. How did you get him to run? I don't know. You didn't say it. Natsu covered his head and said aggrievedly. Didn't I say it in the car just now? Ilusa yelled. Hey! Elder Elsa just knocked Natsu unconscious. Harpy reminded him. Really? Ilusa blinked and asked. Uh-huh. The rest nodded their heads, and Natsu sat down in the car. The guy also took a strange flute and followed the train. It's lullaby, right? Lucy said. Isn't that dangerous? There's a big town up ahead, right? You're holding on. Ilusa yelled and closed the door. It's time to speed up. Again. Yago and Natsu shouted, and Gray asked worriedly. Ilusa. I'll do it. No, it has to be done as soon as possible. Ilusa stepped directly on the oil to the end. Even if I fall, won't there still be you? Gray paused. Don't regret it. And then, several people took a four-wheel drive car, chased to the station in front of them as fast as possible, and hurriedly ran to the station hall. It's coming, it's slow. A man floated in the air, carrying a scythe and looking down at the crowd. Elijah. Ilusa looked up at Elijah. What do you want? Haha. What am I going to do? Eligor spun around lullaby and tapped on the station's announcement. Now the station is surrounded by people. Ilusa drew her iron sword and pointed it at Eligor, shouting angrily. You're going to kill all the innocents here. It's not killing. Elijah chuckled and flew out. It's the purging of death. Ilusa stepped forward, and hundreds of people stepped forward, standing in front of several people. Don't get in the way of Big Brother. Natsu, Gray, you two go stop Elgar. Ilusa shouted. We. Natsu and Gray, pointing at each other, Ilusa nodded. Yes, I trust you. The two sighed and ran out, and the Iron Forest's magician immediately rushed forward. The roar of the rock dragon. With a breath of dragon's breath, Igo stopped the crowd and made way for Natsu and Gray, who ran out. As a result, not long after running, the two encountered a fork in the road. What to do? Natsu asked. What else can I do? Chase after each other. Gray replied. That's good. I don't have to walk with you. Natsu clenched his fist. Who isn't? Gray turned his head and chose a path and muttered. You don't want to die? Natsu asked, confused. What did you just say? Gray chuckled and stepped forward. Nothing. Don't off Ilusa. Natsu turned to the other side, smiled and shouted. Don't die. Hey, you're underestimating us, are you left with these three people? But these two women are pretty good looking, let's play with my brothers for a while. A group of magicians surrounded Igo and said with an arrogant smile. Oh, there's a cat here. Harpy raised his paw. And said, it's really uncomfortable to be stared at like this. Ilusa shook her head and said. Lucy smiled. Oh, it's a sin to be too cute. Can you be a little more reserved? Igo complained. I'm going to teach you a good lesson. Ilusa walked slowly towards the group and began. Change your clothes. Suddenly, Ilusa's whole body burst out with golden light, and the armor disappeared in an instant. A red magic circle appeared above Ilusa's head. Armor of family. The golden light dissipated, and Elissa was dressed in an iron skirt and an iron chest guard, an iron crown on her head, a pair of metal wings on her back, and several sharp swords flying beside her. Family Lun, sword of circulation. Several sharp swords spun out in a circle and rushed into the pile of enemies, and blood splattered everywhere. Okay, I'm going to go too. Igo clenched his fist excitedly and rushed into the middle of the enemy. Rock Dragon's Wing Strike. 2 sharp rock walls rose from the ground, instantly eliminating a group of magicians. After a few short minutes, all the magicians present fell to the ground, and Igo and Elissa stood still. These 2 people are monsters, right? Lucy swallowed and muttered. Lucy is useless. She doesn't even help. Harpy patted Lucy and said. Are you qualified to speak of me? You feline. Lucy gave Harpy a blank look. Suddenly, there was a whistling wind outside the station, and several people hurriedly went out to check, and found that a storm barrier surrounded the station, and Eligol was flying overhead. Elgar! Elissa yelled. What the hell are you trying to do? With this magic, even the sound will be blocked, and your target is not here at all. Elgar smiled. Fools, how can my target be just a swarm of feeble flies? Elissa glared at Elgar. What do you mean? Elgar shook lullaby in his hand. Laughed arrogantly. Of course, it's to solve some more valuable guys, such as a few lead flies. With that, Elgar flew out of the storm wall, and Elissa's heart trembled. Oh no! The president's regular meeting was nearby, and his target was the president's. Elissa smashed her hands into the storm wall, and the sharp wind blade broke through Elissa's iron armor and cut through Elissa's skin. Lucy hurriedly pulled Elissa back. No! The hand will be wasted. Cut! Damn! I was careless. Elissa gritted her teeth and thumped the ground in anger. But you have to get out quickly, or they will grow. Leave it to me. Igo took a deep breath and took a few steps back. Where are they, President? To the east. But how are you going to get out? Elissa said, and Igo raised his hands to his side, wrapping himself in a thick rock wall. Break in. As soon as he finished speaking, Igo slammed into the storm wall. Igo and the storm wall collide together, and the storm instantly destroys most of Igo's rock walls. Igo quickly released his magic power, added to the rock wall, and several leaking wind blades cut through Igo's body, cutting out a few blood flowers. Stupid, I'm going to die! Lucy shouted, reaching for Igo. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Igo struggled to step outward. I do what I say. Igo gritted his teeth and broke straight out of the storm wall. After a few seconds, he chased straight to the east. You're going to be okay. Lucy shouted with all her might. Chapter 11. Elissa stood up and patted Lucy. Believe in the moon companion, this is also the necessary spirit of the fairy tale. Lucy nodded heartily. Then let's find a way to get out quickly. I remember that Iron Forest has a disarming magician, and he should be able to disarm the storm wall. With that, Elissa ran into the station with Lucy and Harpy. Gray in the station a few minutes ago. Damn, where the hell is the control room? Gray ran down the hallway, room by room. Click, after Gray's search was fruitless, he returned to his place and saw an iron door twice as large as a normal door, with the words control room written on it. Why did it suddenly appear? Gray exclaimed. Could it be? Is there a fraud? Gray cautiously pushed open the door and stepped inside. A flash of silver light, and a massive blade fell. Ice make. Shield. In an instant, an ice shield was created to block the attack and retreated. LCE, make. Gray freezes the floor, causing the ambushers to fall to the ground. LCE make, sledgehammer. An ice sledgehammer fell from the sky and smashed on the man's head. Stop, 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 I admit defeat. The man sat on the ground with a big bag on his head, and Grey asked. You're not Eligor, where is the real control room? Big brother Elgar isn't here for a long time. And this is the real control room. You idiot. Grey lifted the man's collar. You try scolding again. Isn't his target the inhabitants of this neighborhood? The man slowly raised his knife and smiled. Of course not. Big brother, his target is the presidents of your flock of flies. Kagama hurriedly dodged, and the room directly opened a large hole for Natsu. Bastard. Kachima manipulates the shadow to stab Natsu. Dragon's wing strike. Natsu waved her arms and raised flames, burning the shadows into flames. Kagama manipulated the shadow again, condensing a double candle to it. Die, flies of light. Dragons. Natsu looked up in the air. Roared. A dragon's breath of fire erupted from Natsu's mouth with a thud. Kagama flew upside down, and Natsu raised his fist to Kagama. Good job. Natsu. Ilusa rushed forward with her iron sword in hand. Wow, I'm sorry, I don't know why, but I'm sorry. Natsu crouched down with her head covered. Whoa. Ilusa stabbed her iron sword into the wall beside Kagama. Hey, you're the magician, aren't you? Natsu sat on the ground in fright, looking at Ilusa. Hey. Ah, Natsu is okay. Harpy flew to Natsu's side and pulled Natsu up. Natsu, that Eligor guy's target is the old man. Grey shook Natsu and shouted. Now it's sealed off by Elgar, and now Igo is chasing Eligor alone. Natsu grabbed Grey's hand. I see. Ilusa picked up Kagama and went outside, pointing to the storm wall. Hurry up and unravel this. Kagama looked at Ilusa in horror. Just as Kagama hesitated, a throwing knife flew over and stabbed Kagama in the stomach. Yes, I'm sorry. A round-bellied man stood in the corner, shivering. Hey. Ilusa catches Kagama, who is injured and unconscious. You bastard. Natsu lunged up to the man and slammed a flaming punch into the man's stomach, sending him flying. Aren't you guys a guild buddy? Grey stepped forward to inspect Kagama's injuries and used ice to stop the bleeding. Damn. There's no way around it now. Harpy scratched the ground with his claws. If only I could dig a hole in the ground to the outside. Lucy was stunned for a moment. That's right. Several people looked at Lucy and asked in unison. Do you have a solution? Lucy pulled out a golden key. I don't really want to summon it, though. But it can't be helped. Open, Virgo's gate. A magic array flashed, and a petite pink-haired maid emerged from the ground. Are you going to punish me? Princess. Lucy blinked in disbelief. Hey. Did you make a substitution? Balag shook her head. No, the Virgo star spirit can change its appearance according to the holder's request. Does the princess need me to change back to what I was not long ago? Lucy shook her head repeatedly. No. No. Anyway, hurry up and make a hole in the ground and get outside. Is it a punishment, princess? Balago jumped up slightly, and drilled down, digging a hole in the ground. Not really. Lucy shouted and jumped into the hole. Several others jumped in the footsteps. After a while, a few people were out of the wind wall, and Grey brought Kagama out. Coming out. Grey! Exclaimed, pointing to the magic 4WD not far away. Hurry up and catch up. Ilusa patted Lucy hard. I'm glad I brought you and Igo with me. Hey, it's gone. Lucy touched her head and laughed. That's right, go find Igo. Yes, run over there. Natsu ran out in high spirits. Give me a ride back. Grey roared. Igo let go of his steps, ran as fast as he could, desperately chasing after Erigor, and finally saw Erigor in the sky on a bridge. Igo lifted the boulder from the ground and threw it with all his might. Get the hell out of here! Igo yelled. Eligor! Chapter 12. Eligol. Igo roared and smashed the boulder at Eligor. Eligol paused, then turned back and slashed the rock with his scythe. Flies flew out. Get in the way. Igo jumped high and threw his fist up. Rock Dragon's broken fist. Eligor caught the attack with a scythe and fell back to the ground. Do I have to deal with the flies that are in the way? The hard bones of the Rock Dragon. Igo fell from a high altitude and attacked Eligor, but was dodged by Eligol's retreat. I'm not a fly. I am a child of the dragon. After hearing this, Eligor clutched his stomach and laughed. Dragon's child? Ha ha ha. Who believes in that kind of creature that only lives in stories? Igo chuckled and held out his hand to beckon. Whether there are dragons or not, I'll know after I defeat you. Just use the magic of the dragon. Eligor swung his scythe twice and slung it on his shoulder. Then let's try it, it's just a fly, it won't waste much of my time. With a kick of his legs, Igo rushed towards Eligor. Rock Dragon's broken teeth. Igo clenched his hands into claws and grabbed Eligol together, and Eligor turned his scythe to form a circle of wind knives around it. Storm Waltz. Boom. The rock collided with the wind blade, and debris flew everywhere. Eligor held out a hand against Iago's chest. Devil's Wind. A powerful tornado was released from Eligor's palm, sending Igo flying away. Igo grabbed the ground with both hands and paused. Roar of the Rock Dragon. Eligor flew into the air to dodge the attack, unleashing several wind blades at Iago. Storm Strike. Rock Dragon's Wing Strike. Igo waved his arms and lifted off 2 rock walls to defend against the attack. Rock Dragon's Broken Fist. Igo swung his fists and rushed forward. Storm Coat. Eligor summoned the wind to envelop him, his hands clasping Igo's fists. Storm. A tornado flies up from Igo's feet, sending him high into the air. Igo curled in the air a few times, his hands clenched into fists. Rock Dragon's Hammer. A huge rock hammer fell from the sky and smashed into Eligor. Devil's Wind Palm. Eligor stretched out his palm and unleashed a tornado to fend off the attack. Igo turned his right leg into a rock and slammed it out. Rock Dragon's Hook. Eligor hurriedly resisted with a storm. Storm Waltz. Igo fell to the ground, his hands in a bucket shape in front of his mouth. Roar of the Rock Dragon. Eligor swung his scythe and slashed out the wind blade. Storm Strike. Storm. Another tornado struck, spun Igo into the air, and Eligor flew high into the air, reaching the Devil's Wind Palm, above Igo. With a heavy palm, he blew Igo to the ground and fell into the ground, and Igo got up from the pit in disarray, and rushed up with all his hands and feet attached to the rock, grabbing Eligor. Rock Dragon Battle Dance. Igo clings to Eligor, boxing, kicking, grappling, and hammering each other, and hits Eligor's body without falling, forcibly breaking Eligor's storm coat. Storm Strike. Eligor unleashed his wind blade to force Igo back, then held out 4 fingers and said, Die. Several cyan wind blades flew in a semicircle, engulfing Igo into it, crashing into the cliff's stone pillar. Boom. Igo was sunk into the stone pillar, and Eligor wiped his sweat. Just as Eligor was about to leave, he heard a mistake in the rock pillar, only to see Igo break the tip of the stone pillar and eat it in a big gulp. As he ate, he said, Thank you for your hospitality. After eating the rock in 3 or 2 bites, Igo was full of vitality and jumped up directly. Roar of the Rock Dragon. This time, the power of the magic has been increased by several levels again. It's a big deal. Eligor slowed down and released the semicircular wind knife again. Igo took a deep breath from the sky above Eligor, put his hands together and raised them high, condensing a 3-meter sword and swinging it down. Rock Dragon Slash. Boom. The huge blade fell, slashing at the bridge with Eligor, cutting the bridge in 2, and Eligor fell into the cliff along with the rubble. La Bala lay quietly on the ground. Why do you want to save me? I'm your enemy, Kagama asked, confused. I see. You're going to use me as a hostage to threaten Elijah into handing over Lullaby, right? No way, he's cold-blooded. It's extreme, you guy, Lucy spoiled. We're kind enough to save you. If you want to die, I can kill you right now. Gray leaned against the window and said lightly. Is it okay to be dead and be 100? Kageyama bowed his head and fell silent. It's here. Eru saw Igo standing not far away, and Lucy screamed Igo. Igo patted the dust off his body, turned his head and smiled. Win. Well done. Igo. Ilusa shouted excitedly. It's impossible. That LGR'd actually lost. Kageyama muttered in surprise, and Lucy and the others hurriedly got out of the car and ran to Igo's side. Damn, you stole the limelight. Natsu shouted. Okay. Let's fight now. Hey. People have just experienced a hard battle. Gray said speechlessly. Love, but Igo can defeat El Rigor. Maybe I'm stronger than Natsu. Harpy patted Natsu and said. Ha. What do you mean? Definitely I'm stronger. Natsu yelled at Harpy. What's going on again? Lucy said speechlessly. Buzz. Suddenly, Kageyama rushed past the crowd in a magic four-wheel drive, picked up Lullaby on the ground, and flew over the broken bridge. Goodbye guys. Hey, you're going to get revenge. Lucy shouted. President, where they have a meeting is not far away. Ilusa shouted and jumped over the broken bridge and chased after him. Natsu and Gray followed, and Harpy spread his wings and followed. How do you jump over? Luyuan looked at the broken bridge in front of him, which was more than a meter wide, and exclaimed, Hold on. Igo picked up Lucy with one hand and jumped over the broken bridge and ran. Wait, I can run on my own. Lucy clasped her hands around Yago's body and shouted in horror. You're too slow. Igo replied and continued to run all the way to the west. On the other side. Pony, your guild has recruited another dragon slayer. The leader of the wizard guild, four-headed cat dog, asked. The president of the Blue Pegasus of the Grinder Guild teased. Makarov smiled drunkenly while holding up his wine glass, and said. Oh, I'm afraid that they will destroy a city for me one day. As he spoke, a magic envelope flew up to Makarov. Hello, President. Myra's phantom was thrown out of the envelope, and Makarov smiled. How is it the waiter of our guild is in great shape? Myra continued. Actually, while you were attending the regular meeting, Ilusa took Natsu and Gray to do the mission together. I called Igo and Lucy to go with me. I think it's better to talk to you, then I wish the president a good time. Click. And Karloff instantly petrified and froze in place. A few of them. It could really destroy a city. We have to stop them. Makarov hurriedly ran out. So that's the end of this regular meeting, right? The rest of the presidents said. Chapter 13. Kageyama drove the Magic Guide four-wheel drive to the place where the presidents were meeting. Great, it looks like the regular meeting isn't over yet. Kajaya and the figure that shook in the house not far away. Hey! Makarov suddenly appeared and slapped Kageyama. What are you doing here, boy? You didn't run away from the hospital, did you? Kajaya was taken aback, and after a pause, he thought. This person is the president of Fairy Tale. Today is quite related to the fairy tale. Makarov turned his face and walked away. Go back to the hospital if you have nothing to do. Wait. Kageyama stopped Makarov and pointed to Lullaby. In his hand, I actually like to play the flute. But it's not allowed in the hospital, so I thought I'd come out and play a song. Can you please listen to it? Makarov stared at Lullaby. What a weird flute. It's ugly. Kageyama said nervously. Don't look at it like this, its timbre is very beautiful. Makarov hesitated. Okay then. Kageyama brought lullaby to his lips and thought to himself. When Ilusa and the others came from afar. President, no, that's SHH. Suddenly, Bob appeared from the side and blocked a few people. Don't worry. Ilusa was stunned for a moment. President Bob, you. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Bob chuckled. Just look at it. Kageyama put the flute to his lips as he thought about his encounter with Fairy Tail along the way, his lips trembling. Aren't you fellow guild mates? Kaga, we need your strength. You guys. You should look ahead. Makarov squinted. Why don't you blow it? Kageyama awoke from his memories and kept reciting what Elijah had said. It's time to teach the flies a lesson. Just blow this flute when the old men are in a meeting. Everything can change. Kageyama closed her eyes and touched lullaby to her lips. Nothing can be changed. Makarov said to Kageyama. Kageyama looked at Makarov in surprise. A weak fellow is weak at all times. But this is not weak or bad, human beings are weak creatures. And it is precisely because a person will be lonely and powerless that he needs guilds and partners. Makarov stared at Kageyama and said earnestly. It is true that some people are stupid and need to fall more than others a few times and a few more detours, but as long as you firmly believe that there is a tomorrow and move forward step by step, there will always be a day when you shine by yourself. Lullaby fell to the ground. Kageyama fell to his knees. I threw in the towel. That's amazing, old man. Natsu sprang out from the side, and Ilusa and the others followed. That's a great point, President. Makarov looked at the crowd with wide eyes. Why are you here? We're here to save you. Gray said. But it seems to be redundant. I didn't expect you to be so reasonable. Old man. Igo patted Makarov on the back. Stop shooting. I can't stand your old bones. Makarov knocked Igo on the head with his cane. At this moment, black smoke suddenly came out of lullaby on the ground, and a cloud of black mist drifted towards the clearing. What a bunch of shit. Looks like I'm going to have to play on my own. A huge dead tree-like monster dozens of meters tall stood up. Let me devour your souls. What is this? Everyone exclaimed, looking at the monster in front of them in horror. I didn't know there was such a monster in this flute. Kageyama swallowed, and Makarov looked at the monster and said. This is the demon in Jelf's book, Larabe. Jelf! Lucy exclaimed. Wasn't that the one from more than 400 years ago? That's right, for more than 400 years, the man who has been called the most murderous dark magician, his magic is still destroying the wizarding world, even after so long. Makarov said, and the monster opened its jaws as if to roar. Oh no! The curse is about to start. Several of the elders shouted. Dress up! Ilusa instantly changed her costume and rushed forward. Sword of circulation. The sword ring flew out, interrupting the incantation's charge, and Natsu took the opportunity to climb on top of Lullaby's head. Dragon's hook. Boom! Suddenly, Lullaby fell down, and Igo jumped high and raised his hands. Rock Dragon's hammer. A heavy blow slammed into Lullaby, sending it flying back. Ice, make, lancers. In an instant, Gray finished his look, and several spears stabbed at Lullaby. Let's do it again. Ilusa jumped on Lullaby's head and changed into a set of jet black armor. Dress up. Black feather armor. Hands clasped together, and a fire was ignited. The flame of the fire dragon. Igo folded his hands above his head. Rock Dragon slash. Gray creates a giant cannon to carry on his shoulder. Ice make. Boom. Suddenly, several people unleashed their magic together and attacked Lullaby. Under such a fierce attack, Lullaby fell to the ground in response. Fake. Kill it all at once, the demon in Jelf's book. Monsters! The president exclaimed, and Makarov laughed smugly. Well done. Velch. Ah. Makarov was halfway through laughter when he suddenly petrified. The venue of the regular meeting has been collapsed by Lullaby, and there is no run. Makarov shouted, and ran away with the rest of the men. Catch them! The rest of the elders shouted and chased after them with their fists raised. I'm sorry, President, but I've made you embarrassed. Ilusa admitted. Mar loves true. No, it's okay. Anyway, you shouldn't call me for the next meeting. Isn't it just a broken house? Igo muttered. A bunch of old men are really slamming the door. Lucy patted Igo on the head. Don't let them hear you. Hey! Gray gestured to the thunderous presidents behind him. I've heard you. Natsu smiled and clenched his fists. Then beat them up. Lucy yelled speechlessly. Are you stupid too? What the hell am I teaming up with? Harpy flies beside Lucy. Who get used to it, Who made you join Fairy Tale? Alright, let's run. Makarov shouted. In a moment the old things are in a hurry. With that, Makarov's little short legs flew up and ran out. The crowd followed in a hurry. Chapter 14. After the Iron Forest incident, Igo and the others returned home and rested for the night. The next day, Lucy's room. Lucy, hurry up and get up. A slight shaking and gentle sound reached Lucy's ears, waking her up. Let me sleep a little longer, Yago. Lucy slowly opened her eyes, half asleep, and saw the familiar face, and whispered softly. Hey. Lucy was stunned for a moment, and her head cleared instantly. Kicked Ida out of bed. Igo. Why are you in my room? Igo clutched his head. It hurts. It hurts. Don't you wear pajamas? Could it be that you have a habit of sleeping naked? Not really. Lucy lifted her pillow and threw it at Igo. Stop, stop. Igo is kicked out of Lucy's room. If you don't leave, you'll be late. I'm going to warn you. Lucy was stunned. What? Yago was speechless for a moment. It's Natsu and Ilusa's competition. I'll do it later. Oh yes. Lucy tapped her head. Wait a minute, I'll change my clothes and leave. Together, the two of them rushed to the battlefield between Natsu and Ilusa. Fairy Tale was all gathered together, and Makarov was also drinking with a cane. It's been a long time since I've fought you. Ilusa smiled and said. I was young. Natsu smiled, her hands blazing with excitement. Okay, in that case, I'm going to take it seriously. Ilusa got serious and shouted. Change your clothes. An orange-red armor is dressed in Ilusa. That's armor with extremely high flame resistance. Natsu's attack power is directly halved. Ilusa, you're too serious. Fairy Tale shouted. That way, I can go on it with impunity. Natsu lunged forward. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Ilusa stepped forward with the twin blades of flame in hand. Awesome. Yes. Ilusa let go of the water. Everyone on the side. The brilliant flame of the fire dragon. The flames in Natsu's hands joined together to form a giant fireball. Come on. Ilusa rushed forward with her sword in her backhand. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd, and a frogman counselor walked out and said slowly. Excuse me, who is Ilusa Shakarat? Ilusa put on her usual armor and said to Counselor Frog. I am. What's wrong? The frog vigilante gently took out a piece of paper and read it according to the words on it. Luscious Scuffred is now arrested on a series of charges such as destroying the streets, disturbing the peace, and assaulting public officials. Everyone was amazed, and Natsu stepped forward and questioned fiercely. What do you mean? Even if it's sabotage, it's just a few of us, right? Why should we all blame Ilusa? Counselor Frog waved his hand and confessed. Calm your anger. I'm just doing what I'm told. Natsu, don't mess around. Ilusa reached out and pulled Natsu behind her. I see, I'll go with you. Counselor Frog stepped back and handed Ilusa the magic seal stone. Feeling, thank you for understanding. Hey, Ilusa. Natsu looked at Ilusa in confusion, and Ilusa smiled softly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Afterwards, in the fairy tale guild, no one spoke. Except for a fire-breathing lizard trapped in a cup. Damn, let me out, I'm going to save Ilusa. The little lizard shouted. Gray, Igo. Are you just watching? The two were indifferent. Lucy pulled Rego worriedly. Igo. Regardless of whether Ilusa is really good. Igo took a sip of his wine and waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. Hey, you guy. The lizard in the cup jumped to its feet and shouted. Let me out. Okay. Makarov glanced at it, smashing the cup with his cane. You're not Natsu anyway. The crowd exclaimed as they looked at the man who fell to the ground. Macau. I'm sorry. Because I owe Natsu a favor last time. Marco said embarrassedly. Natsu isn't going to the Senate courtroom, is he? Gray said. Macau smiled. Belch. It's like, that second thing, Gray said speechlessly. What? What do you mean? Lucy asked. That said. In fact, the arrest of Ilusa by the Senate is to let her take the blame, go through the process, and at most find some money, and probably come back tomorrow or tonight. But if someone makes a big fuss in the court, it's hard to say. Makarov nodded. That's it. That's why I'm going to get people. It's going to be criticized again. Lucy smiled wryly. Well. But Igo, how do you know so well? Igo scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Because before. I've experienced it a few times. On the other side, Ilusa has already arrived at the Senate. It's been a great job. A man with blue hair and a tattoo on his face stood in the hallway. He said. Gee. Lord Zicrane. Counselor Frog knelt down repeatedly. Ilusa gritted her teeth and glared at the man. You bastard. Why are you here? You got it this time. Mustard Thunder chuckled. It's so sad that I'm trying my best to speak for the fairy tale. Zicrane's body flashed a few times. Besides, I'm just a longing body here, and I won't show up for this little thing. With that, Zicrane vanished. Yuan, it turns out that you know such a high-level big man. Congressman Frog asked, shocked. That scum. Ilusa muttered. Ilusa shook her head. Do you plead guilty? The President of the Senate asked, sitting at the top of the courtroom, from above. Yes, I do. Ilusa lowered her head, and in the middle of her speech there was a loud bang. You're all mistaken. I'm Ilusa. Natsu wears a crimson wig and iron armor. Get me. Boom. Stupid. Ilusa knocked Natsu unconscious with a punch, and then Ilusa looked at the angry counselors on the side. This matter. The dean shouted angrily. Put me in prison. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Natsu knelt down in front of Ilusa and quickly confessed. You idiot. I told you not to mess around. Ilusa raised her fist. Wow. Natsu clutched her head in fear. But. Let's be honest. Ilusa's fist dropped. I'm glad you could come to my rescue. Chapter 15. Hey, Ilusa, when are you going to duel me? Igo shouted. Don't join in the fun. Ilusa hasn't decided it with me yet. Natsu shouted as he pressed Yago. It's getting more and more annoying in the guild every day, Gray complained speechlessly. Is there a side effect of the dragon-slaying magic? Lucy complained. Plop. Suddenly, one of the guild members collapsed. Immediately 2, 3, 4, and people in the guild kept falling. What's going on? Lucy faints. Enemy, people. Igo tried to step forward to help Lucy, but he stumbled and fell. It's Guy, hey. Damn it. Again. Gray and Natsu also fell. Really? Ilusa turned to look at the door, and fell down. In just a few seconds, everyone in the entire guild fell asleep, except for Mardalov. Why is there such a big movement? Makarov asked, accustomed to it. Sorry. The door of the guild was pushed open, and a man with his whole body covered tightly and 5 magic wands on his back walked in, walked straight to the commission board to pick up a commission, turned around and left. Still unravel the hypnosis? Makarov asked. 3. The man held out 3 fingers and counted down. At the end of the countdown, the man walked out of the guild, and everyone in the guild woke up. Lucy, are you all right? Yago asked. No. It's okay. Lucy shook her head. What happened just now? It's the Mr. Gang guy, right? Gray shrugged, get used to it. Yago tilted his head. Who's that in Mr. Gang? Myra explained. He's one of the fairy tale S-class magiers, but I don't know why he always covers himself very tightly, and as soon as he enters the guild, he hypnotizes others. I have seen his true face, and it is estimated that only the president will be the president. You're not right. I've seen him and A voice came from the second floor of the guild. I saw a man with a yellow thorn head, a black coat, and headphones hanging on the fence on the second floor and looking down at everyone. That kid is very shy. Lax says. Are you in the guild? The crowd exclaimed. That's right. Natsu shouted excitedly. Come on. Laxus spread his hands. You can't even beat Ilusa. Ilusa drew her iron sword and pointed at Laxus. Laxus. What do you mean by that? Don't talk nonsense. Natsu yelled. I'm not going down. Laxus smiled evilly. You come up. Then I'm on. Natsu jumped high towards the second floor. Fire dragons. Boom. Makarov slapped Natsu to the ground. No, you're not qualified enough. Laxus smiled and retreated to the chair on the second floor and lay down. You want to win me, Natsu, Ilusa, and Mr. Height, they're still far away. Natsu got up from the ground. This bastard. Sooner or later I'm going up to the second floor. Lucy wondered. Is there anything on the second floor? Why are you still saying that you are not qualified? Said Myra solemnly. That's because the difficulty of the commission received on the second floor is not comparable to the commission on the first floor. The commission bar on the second floor is full of the kind of S-class commission that can kill people if they make a small mistake, so only S-class magicians are qualified to go up on the second floor. Igo smiled excitedly. Okay, Myra, as soon as you say that, I want to be an S-class even more. Myra smiled and nodded. Then you're going to have to do it. I'm sure Igo can. Lucy looked up at the second floor. So that person is also an S-class magician. It feels so scary. Myra nodded. Well, Laxus is also a powerful S-rank mage in the guild, and he is the strongest and powerful candidate. Lucy exclaimed. Aren't they the strongest magicians in the guild? Myra shook her head. It's not me the strongest. It's the uncle. Now I'm out on a mission, not in the guild. Igo imagined the mysterious uncle in his head. It's amazing. I really want to fight him. Gray patted Igo. I bet you won't even survive a second. Igo shouted unconvinced. Don't talk nonsense. Lucy sighed helplessly. You guys are arguing. I'll go home first. After a while, Lucy's house. I'm back. As Lucy entered, she habitually shouted. Welcome back. X3. A sense of foreboding came over Lucy and she walked into the living room. When did you come back, Igo? And why are Natsu and Harpy here? You're too slow, I'll come back from the trail first. Yago pointed to the window. Natsu and Harpy said they had something good to do for us, so I let them in. Natsu and Harpy raised their hands and said yo. Lucy collapsed on the couch speechlessly. Say. What's the matter? Natsu smiled and pulled out a ticket. Nah, let's go to the level task together. Wait. The S-Class commissioned it, and it wasn't the second floor. Lucy panicked. Love, I went to get it secretly. Harpy said. Hey, thief cat. Lucy pointed at Harpy Natsu and smiled. The commission is called Please Save Our Island. Sounds like fun. Let's do it. Lucy asked curiously, Kojima? Natsu and Harpy put on a scary expression, the little brother who was cursed by the ancestors. Lucy turned her head in fear. The ancestral curse is over, I'm not going. Natsu is in charge of the commission. Although this is the cheapest commission on the second floor, the commission fee is also 7 million ding. 700, Lucy paused. No, it's too dangerous. Igo, don't, I'll go with you. Igo said firmly, and Natsu patted Igo happily. Lucy asked, puzzled. Wait a minute, we're not short of money right now, are we? Igo was silent for a moment, looking at his hands. S-Class mission. Can you fight a lot of powerful opponents? Fight against powerful opponents. You can get stronger. Igo walked slowly over to Natsu. I'll go. Lucy sighed. Then you guys go. I don't. So fast. Lucy's eyes were instantly empty, except for an order. Lucy walked up and picked it up. Hey, did you forget it here? And a golden key. Hey. Lucy smirked and leaned at the window and shouted, wait a minute. Natsu covered her mouth and smiled, the plan is successful. At this time, the second floor of the guild. Strange. Myra stared at the board. President, there's one less order on the second floor. Poof. Makarov squirted out a gulp of wine. Which? Myra shouted. It's the one from the island of the ancestral curse. Hey! The crowd exclaimed. Devil's Island. Laxus smiled and leaned back in his chair. I saw a kitten with wings take the commission away. Harpy. R.A. walked up to Laxus and glared at him fiercely. Why didn't you stop him? Laxus smiled nonchalantly. It's been a long time since I've seen you look like this, Myra. Enough. Makarov shouted. Laxus, you bring Natsu and them back for me. No more kidding. Laxus stood up and spread his hands. I'm going to do my job too. Makarov shouted angrily. Ilusa isn't here either, who else but you can do it? Laxus ignored it and turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed out of the guild. Old man, what you say? I can't pretend I can't hear it. Gray stood up. Isn't there still me here? Makarov angrily punched the table. Yes, Gray, go and bring them back. Gray kicked open the guild door. Leave it to me. Chapter 16. Hey, it's almost there. Spare me, I'm not going. Forget it, I advise you to give up too. In a port, Igo and the others went around to the boatmen to ask about the entrusted island, but no one wanted to go. I've asked all the questions. Igo yawned and muttered. Impatiently, Babizang is a cursed island. Lucy pointed to a small boat in front of her. That guy hasn't asked yet, let's try it. Excuse me, can you take us to the island over there? Lucy asked in a low voice. Pull it down, even pirates are walking around there. The boatman said, sure enough. Lucy sighed, and Natsu warmed up. Then let's swim over. The boatman was speechless. The sea is full of sharks, you jump down and die. Then I'll turn them into grilled dried fish. Natsu smiled confidently. Lucy complained, how do you use fire in the water? Sighed Yago. So what to do? I can't get by. Suddenly, a pair of hands slapped Igo and Natsu on the shoulders. Yo! A few people turned their heads to look. Gray sighed and pointed behind him. Now come back with me at once. I'm not going back. I'm going to complete the S-class commission, so that the old man can recognize my strength. Natsu shouted as he stepped back. Hey! If you don't come with me again, it's the angry Ilusa, Gray reminded him wordlessly. Ilusa. Harpy ducked behind Gray in terror. I was forced. Save me, Gray. Lucy pointed to Harpy Traitor Cat. Gray looked at Yago and Lucy. Forget this idiot, why don't you two too? Igo clasped his hands to his chest. No matter what, we're not going back. You guys. Gray gritted his teeth impatiently, and made a magical gesture. Don't call it pain. Natsu and Igo also put on a stance. Suddenly, the three magic arrays were ready to go. Wait a minute, you're magicians. Are you going to that island to solve the problem? The boatman said suddenly. We're the magicians of fairy tale. The harpy reveals the guild coat of arms. Then I can take you to that island. The boatman said. Really? Lucy shouted overjoyed. Wait a minute, hurry back with me. Gray was halfway through his sentence when he was punched in the stomach by Natsu and Igo and passed out. The tacit understanding is good. Natsu and Igo looked at each other and smiled, sucking Gray up. I'm sorry, I'll be fine. Igo threw Gray aboard the boat, and the others followed. After a few minutes, Gash, X2. Natsu and Igo were alone on the side of the boat. Damn! Let me go! Bastard! Gray writhed desperately like a bug. Is it really okay? The boatman muttered worriedly. Lucy sighed. Then again. What the hell is going on that island? The boatman was silent for a moment, then answered Lucy's question. I don't know, when the inhabitants of that island seem to have been cursed by something, and they will turn into demons at night. Demons? Wait. Lucy's eyes flashed, and the boatman, who had been fine just now, had also turned into a demon. My name is Bobo. He was also a member of the island. Suddenly, the sky that was still beautiful just now was blown into a violent wind. Save this island, Bobo began. This is a resident of the island and a commission from me. With that, Bobo disappeared in the blink of an eye of several people. Hey, it's kind of scary. Gray muttered, as Lucy pointed to the sea, where a huge wave was coming. Even more scary is coming. Wow! The crowd shouted. Swept away by the waves. After a while, poof! Igo lay on the ground, spewing out a jet of water. Well, where is this? Igo looked around suspiciously, and the rest of the people sat up one after another. This is the island of commissions, right? Natsu stood up. Let's go. Oh! Everyone walked with great interest. Come back to me. Gray shouted. Untie the rope for me. I'll go with you. Natsu walked back and leaned over and asked, Really? Gray said with a sigh. Or I'll go back. That's good. Natsu burns the rope off. When the time comes, Ilusa will come and take the responsibility together. Gray stood up and moved his muscles. I really shouldn't care about your... And then the group walked together towards the depths of the island until they saw a village. Hey, who are you? A villager asked, standing on the lookout. We're the sorcerers of fairy tale, and we're here to do the commission. But we didn't get any notice here. Probably. There's something wrong there, right? Then show the guild crest and take a look. Everyone reveals the guild crest. It's really. Then come in, I'll go and inform the village chief. So the man opened the door. After a while, the whole village ran out. Lord Magus, please help us. Natsu was surrounded by villagers. It's so welcoming. Okay. An old man came out on crutches. Hello guys, I'm the village chief here, thank you for coming to help. Lucy shook her head. Don't be so polite. We also have a general understanding of the ancestral mantra here, how can we help you? The village chief was silent for a while, looking at the sun that was about to set. I want to invite everyone. Destroy the moon. What? Several people shouted in surprise. The moon. Ruined. At this time, Gray discovers an even more surprising phenomenon. Hey! Look at the moon. Several people looked up, their faces full of disbelief and surprise. The moon. It's purple. Chapter 17. That's right. It is because of this strange moonlight that the inhabitants of our island will become demons. They. Village chief glared at the moon in disgust. Some people are too deeply affected, and they will become demons completely, and we can only endure the reluctance in our hearts and kill them. Even the old man's son, Bobo. Bobo. That's not. Lucy exclaimed, feeling a chill run down her back. Halfway through speaking, he was covered by Igodhan. The village chief gritted his teeth and bowed deeply to several people. Please destroy the moon and save our island. Gray scratched his head. Even so. It's outrageous to destroy the moon, got it? Iago said. We'll find a way to get it done. Thank you so much. The village chief excitedly shook Igo's hand and led a few people to a wooden house. Old man, I'll arrange a place for you. When they arrived at the cabin, Gray asked. Igo, it's impossible to destroy the moon. Right. Igo said nonchalantly, it's all here, try it. That's it. Natsu smiled and said. It's all here, wouldn't it be a big loss if you don't do it? Hey, let's go explore the island tomorrow. Harpy shouted. Sleep. What time is it? Lucy said sleepily as she lay on the futon. I regret it more and more. Yes. It's not early. Gray looked at his watch. Sleep. Natsu screamed and slipped under the covers. I can finally sleep for a while. Lucy closes her eyes. It was quiet for a while. Hey. Ha, hey. Ha. I'm annoyed. Lucy sat up jerkily. Why are you sleeping so noisy? Natsu and Gray continue to sleep, but Igo is nowhere to be seen. Hey, what about Igo? Lucy stood up and walked out. Igo was seen sitting alone on a bench at the door, fiddling with a necklace in his hand. Why? Can't you sleep? Iago asked. Sort of. What are you doing sitting here alone? Lucy walked over to Iago and sat down. Occasionally. I'll also look at the moon or something, it's the first time I've seen the purple moon. Igo held up his necklace and looked at the moon through the brown gemstones. Beautiful, isn't it? Lucy held out her finger and poked at the necklace. This necklace? You're precious, I don't take it off when I take a shower and go to bed, Iago smiled. Of course, this is the amulet that Yanikara gave me. Lucy carefully lifted the necklace. This is the dragon that raised you. For you. Igo nodded. Well, he told him very seriously. Or ask me not to take it off at any time. Lucy asked. Does this necklace have any effect? Igo shrugged. I don't know why Yanikala gave me this necklace. Is there any magic in this necklace? I can't even remember. Anyway, Yanikara said that it was a talisman, so it must be a good thing. Lucy lowered her head and muttered a little lonely. You have such a good relationship with your father. It's not like me and him. Don't worry, it will be reconciled, sooner or later. How can a parent in the world not love their children? Igo smiled softly at Lucy. Forget it, don't talk about it. If you can't sleep, I'll sing you a sleep song. Lucy looked at Iago in surprise. Can you sing? Yanikala always sings to me, and if you listen to it too much, you'll be able to do it. With that, Igo cleared his throat and began to sing. The singing voice is deep but not dull, very gentle and soft. The rhythm does not have too many ups and downs, each note is connected, there is no one to rise or fall, and Igo's singing voice is surprisingly good. Lucy, on the side, swayed to the rhythm of the song, and after a while, she fell asleep on Iago. Igo took off his coat and draped it over Lucy, and carefully carried her back into the house. He also fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lucy was woken up by Natsu and Gray, who were talking to each other in their sleep, and in a fit of rage, they woke up all of them and forced them to start the mission. "I'm sleepy." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Gray said with tears in his eyes. "It's still so early, let's sleep a little longer," Natsu said with hazy eyes. "Who called you two so annoying?" Lucy shouted. "What's the matter with me?" Igo said listlessly. "Oh yes." Harpy staggered in the air. "Let's sleep for a while." Suddenly, while a few people were chatting, a huge mouse came out of nowhere. "Ah!" Lucy screamed and hid behind Igo. "Is this a rat? It's too much, isn't it? Help, help, help. This kind of guy I can take down with one punch." Natsu turned and leaped high. The iron of the fire dragon, the mouse exhaled from his mouth. "Vomit?" Natsu was blown to the ground in one breath and wrapped in gas. "It stinks." Squeak! The rat screamed and kept spitting out the stench vomit, to several people. A few people covered their noses and fled. "Damn!" Gray turned, his hands slamming to the ground. "Ice make floor." The cold air instantly froze the ground, and the rat slipped and fell to the ground with one foot on the ice. "Hurry up and get out there." Lucy pointed to a ruin in front of her. "Beat it now." Several people punched and kicked the rat lying on the ground, and Lucy looked at the few people speechlessly. "Hey!" And after a while, several people entered the ruins. "What is this?" Lucy touched the totem of the moon on the wall. "Oh moon! I always feel like it has something to do with the ancestral spell of the moon." Gray touched his chin and pondered. "Tread, tread." Natsu stomped her foot hard. "The sound of the ground here is weird," Igo said lightly. "Because it's about to be ruined." Natsu stomped hard again. "It's not okay." Boom! The ground cracked all at once, and several people fell into a huge hole. "You idiot!" "Ah!" Bang! Several people got up from the rubble. "Where is this?" Natsu shook his head and asked. "I'm going to ask Natsu again," Harpy replied. "I've told you you're going to spoil it." Igo patted the dust and picked up a stone and threw it into his mouth. "Let's take a look around." Gray sighed, speechless. "I've had enough." Lucy stood up in embarrassment and walked down the cave. "Ah!" Only heard Lucy's screams, and several people hurriedly chased after them. "It's so big. What kind of monster is this?" In a hollow, a gigantic monster is frozen in ice. Delira! Gray yelled in shock and annoyance. Chapter 18. Delira! Gray bit Ellie and roared, "Delira!" Igo Ying wondered. "Gray, do you know this guy?" "Ah, yes," Gray said in a trembling voice. 10 years ago, the demon Delira in the Book of Jelf, who did evil in the northern continent." Gray looked up at the tall Delira, his eyes full of indignation. "It's strong. Still immortal, it was the master who taught me magic, Che, who sacrificed himself to seal Dariola. I don't know who brought it here from the northern continent. But if anyone wants to tarnish the name of URU, I will not let it go." Natsu smiled and walked over to Dariola with his fist in his fist. "Whoever it is, just punch him away, right?" Gray punched Natsu out of the way. "Fire wizard, stay away from here. What if Delira's ice melts?" Natsu covered her face. "Bastard, is this ice that easy to melt?" Gray paused and lowered his head. "No. This is the seal of absolute ice that cannot be broken. Igo patted Gray on the shoulder. Are you all right? It was me who was beaten. What a violent guy. Natsu, you still have the face to say, Harpy complained. There was a sound of footsteps, and Igo and the others hurriedly hid behind a boulder. At this moment, a man with thick eyebrows in a hat and a shirtless man with dog ears walked in. Tisk, did you hear from here? Yes, intruder, get me out. Don't get angry. No matter how much you shout about the intruders, you won't come out. I didn't get angry. Just as the two were arguing, another woman with long red hair walked in. Yuka, Toby, I have sad news here, Angelica has just been injured. The rat. Hurt by whom? Don't get angry. But then we're sure there's an intruder, Shirley, Toby, and we're on patrol, Toby and Yuka muttered. Emperor Zero's plan will be completed soon, before the Moon Lord comes out tonight, no one must disturb them. If the human invaders are killed, this is also love, death. Kill them. A few people walked away noisily, and Igo cautiously leaned out. I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to chase them. Natsu yelled. Fool! Give me back. Gray grabbed Natsu. Just wait here, wait until evening, I'm going to see what they call Emperor Zero to do. It's just morning. Natsu grumbled. Love, I'm not going with Natsu, Harpy said, standing at Igo's feet. Hey, you guy! Natsu yelled. Igo, let's go. Igo ignored Natsu and looked down in contemplation for a moment. The ancestral curse of the moon. Relics of the moon. Totem of the moon. Moon. Gray looked at Igo. Any clue? Igo slowly looked up. Drop of the moon. What is a drop of the moon? Is it a powerful magic? Lucy asked. When I was a child, I heard Yanikala say that I had some impressions. The magic of condensing the moon unleashes a magic that can undo all magic, said Igo. Maybe the seal of absolute freeze can be lifted. Bastard thing! Gray angrily punched the rock. I want to release Dariola. They don't understand the horrors of Dariola at all. This atmosphere. Lucy looked at the silent few people, slightly embarrassed, and pulled out a silver key. Open, the gate of Lyra. A magic array flashed, and a girl who looked like a doll and held a harp appeared in front of several people. Please, sing a song, anything. Leave it to me. Lyra smiled, played the harp, and sang a song from his childhood, and several of them swayed to the song. Igo turned his head to find Gray sitting on the sidelines and couldn't stop crying. Hey! Gray, are you all right? Gray hurriedly wiped away his tears, avoiding the eyes of several people. What's wrong? Igo shook his head. It's nothing. Lucy paused and quickly called out to Lyra. Hey, you can change to a more cheerful song. Forget it, stop singing, said Yago. It's miserable to bring people over. Lucy nodded, closing the door to Lyra. Yes. Then you can go back first. So the few people were silent until evening. Suddenly, a magic array flashed, and a white-purple light fell on the ice. This is... Let's go! Gray yelled and rushed out. Several people followed one after another, and after a while, they came to the top of the ruins. I saw a group of people dressed in black kneeling towards a magic array. The magic converged from the air, and a masked man stood behind everyone. It's the drop of the moon, that's right, Igo said, Emperor Zero. Gray glared at Emperor Zero, gritting his teeth. At this time, the three people who appeared in the cave just now slowly walked out. Lord Zero, I'm sorry, we haven't found the intruder yet. Shirley spoke. It doesn't matter. Emperor Zero said. Although I don't really like bloodshed. Go and destroy the village. Yes. The three replied. What? There's nothing to do in the village from the door. Lucy wondered. This voice. Lie. Gray muttered. Damn. I can't help it. Natsu jumped out of the way. The intruder you're looking for is here. Igo covered his head and rushed out. Stupid. Gray put his hands up and rushed straight towards Emperor Zero, summoning a large area of ice spikes and stabbing at Emperor Zero. Click. Emperor Zero reacted quickly and summoned the same ice spike with one hand, blocking Gray's attack. Do you know what you're doing? Gray yelled. Leo. Leo, Gray, do you know this guy? Natsu asked. 10 years ago, I was the same brother who worshipped Hulu as my teacher. As if gritting his teeth, Gray stared at Leo with confusion and anger in his eyes. Leo slowly took off his mask and looked at Gray coldly. Long time no see, Gray. Damn. Natsu lunged at Leo and yelled, Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. You act according to the plan. Leo gave the order as he jumped up to dodge Natsu's attack. Leo creates an air conditioner around Natsu and seals Natsu's body. I'll go to the village. Yago asked. Don't worry. I'll deal with this guy. Gray said lightly, and Yi nodded slightly and ran up. Hey P. Please. Boom. Harpy grabbed Igo and flew quickly towards the village. Wait, take me. Lucy hurriedly caught up and jumped up and put her arms around Igo's waist. Lucy, you're so heavy. It's not as heavy as Igo. How can anyone say that a girl is heavy to her face? Don't mess around, Lucy, don't touch it. Several people flew out noisily. Hey, me. Natsu wriggled his frozen puck and yelled. Tisk. Get out of the way. Gray kicks Natsu into the forest bastard. That's a ruthless attack, Gray. Leo began. Are you afraid of accidentally hurting your companions? Gray took off his clothes and made a posing gesture. I'm just afraid he's in the way. Leo, you're no longer worthy to be a disciple of you, are you? I'm not worthy to be a disciple of Ulu? I'll give it back to you as it is, don't forget, 10 years ago. Leo said coldly as he stared at Gray. You killed you. Chapter 19. You killed you. Hearing this, Gray froze. Ice make. Leo stretched out his right hand, and a blue magic array flashed out with several ice eagles. Ice make. Greba was distracted and hurriedly created an ice shield in front of him. Wow! Several ice eagles quickly adjusted their direction and flew over the ice shield and rushed towards Gray. The ice eagle's sharp beak and wings slashed across Gray's body, splattering with blood. You are good at the manufacture of static, and I am good at the manufacture of movement. You're not going to forget that my look moves, are you? Leo said unhurriedly. You're still using your hands to unleash styling magic, hey? Gray steadied himself and took a stance again. The one-handed release lacks stability, Ulu taught you, right? That's because you're too weak. Don't take a bite of Ulu here. You're not qualified. Leo roared. Ice make. A magic circle appeared at Gray's feet, and an ice dragon flew out and swept Gray into the air. Why don't you kill him? Can't Lord Zero do anything to his junior brother? A short old man walked out. I said I hated bloodshed. Leo Dan rode. I just ordered the destruction of the village, the old man smiled. Nosy, go get ready for the drop of the moon. The old man nodded and walked away with a smile. At this time, in the village, several people rushed to the village. Oh no! Lucy shouted. There's an enemy coming. Igo jumped down and shouted. The villagers quickly gathered around and panicked. What's going on? What enemy? The village chief walked over and hurriedly asked. Village chief, we just found out at the ruins over there that someone was performing a strange ceremony. Everyone will become demons, and it is estimated that he is also the ghost, and they are going to fight now. Although there are only 3 magicians, it should not be easy to deal with. Igo stepped forward and said. What should I do? Do you want to run away? But what about the village? The villagers were talking. I have a good idea. Lucy said proudly, and took out a golden key. Open it. The magic array flashed, and Balog came out of the ground. Do you want to punish me, princess? Lucy shouted as she pointed to the village gate. Balog, dig a hole over there. Yes, sir. Balog jumped up and got into the ground, and in a moment he dug a big hole. It's so fast! Lucy exclaimed. Is it punishment? Asked Sulugo, with a serious expression. It's a compliment. Lucy shouted. Igo and the villagers looked at Lucy, who was busy with her work. What is she doing? You're digging a trap, aren't you? Does it work? No. Absolutely useless. Lucy shook the sweat off her head. It's done, so they'll fall into the pit as soon as they come in. There was silence for a while. Hey, what do you mean? Lucy shouted. No. I don't think normal people will be trapped by this trap, right? Igo said with a smile. Hey, Igo, Lucy, I'll come. Igo was halfway through his sentence when he saw the Haki Natsu running over with Grey on his back and falling into the pit. Fools don't count. Igo said embarrassedly, Hey, who is not virtuous and digging a pit at the gate of the village? Natsu yelled. But the ice on my body has melted away. Yago sighed and got Natsu and Grey out. Very serious injury, are you all right? Igo looked at the unconscious Grey and muttered, warm look at the sky. Harpy pointed to the sky and shouted, only to see 3 of Emperor Zero's men sitting on the body of the huge mouse in front of him, the mouse whirling its tail and flying in the air, carrying a bucket of unidentified gelatinous material in its hand. A few drops of unidentified gelatinous material in the bucket spilled and fell to the ground, and the ground was instantly corroded into a mark. Hey, are you going to knock them all down? Lucy exclaimed. Angeli, go down. Shirley said softly. The rat spilled the gelatinous matter from the bucket into the village, and Natsu jumped high on the house and lit a fire with his hands. The left hand and the light merged with the right hand. A huge fireball slammed into the gelatinous object, blowing it apart and falling like raindrops. Come here! Igo shouted. Rock Dragon's Wing Strike! 2 rock walls rose from the ground, enveloping everyone in them, and the rock walls slowly disintegrated when all the gelatinous materials fell. It seems that bloodshed is inevitable. Yuka and the others jumped down from the rat and confronted the Igos. Run! The battle is please. Grey, we'll take care of it. The villagers picked up the unconscious Grey and ran out, and Shirley patted the mouse and rode the mouse up. Igo and Natsu dodged the attack with ease, ready for battle. Wow! Igo turned his head to look, and Lucy flew out with the mouse in his arms. Help! What a fool! Those 2 guys, Natsu handed it over to you. Yago shouted. I'll catch up and help. I've wanted to do a good job for a long time. Natsu clenched his fist, I'm on fire. Harpy flew up and grabbed Igo and rushed out. I've already flown over my head today. Lucy, who was taken out by the rat on the other side, waved her fist desperately. Damn! Look at my tricks! Lucy grabbed the rat's foot and reached for the center of its foot. Hey, you bastard! Shirley roared. The rat was scratched so hard that it couldn't help but twist its body, lost its balance, and fell to the ground. Shirley and Lucy got up from the ground and stared at each other. Don't get in my way! Shirley shouted. A magic circle appeared in her hand, and the trees on the side suddenly moved, growing eyes and mouths. The trees roared and stretched out their vines and struck Lucy, who quickly took out the golden key and shouted, Open it! Moo! We're here to help! With a giant axe, Ken Rose slashed the trunk in 2. Astral Wizard, and the keys to the Zodiac. Shirley said with a little shock. But exactly what I want, puppet manipulation. As the magic array flashed, Taros's body paused, and the next second he turned around and swung his axe at Lucy. "Talos? What are you doing?" Lucy stepped back and asked in a panic. "I'm sorry, I can't control my body." Talos lifted the axe and swung it down hard, and Lucy struggled to block it. "This is my magic effect. No matter what star spirit you send, it will become my combat power. Come die at the hands of your own star spirit." Shirley manipulated Taros, pressing down the axe Lucy struggled to support, condensing the magic torus. With a flash of golden light, Taros's body gradually disappeared. "I'm sorry, Moo." "Success. It's done, it's closed," Lucy muttered breathlessly. "In that case, open it, Canis Minor's gate, Blue." Poof. Blue slowly walked out. "Of the magic circle, it's useless to say everything," Shirley raised her hand. "Doll manipulation. Attack her." Smack. Smack. Blue grabbed Lucy's leg and thrashed her hard, but it didn't seem to have much strength. "Then your magic is useless." Lucy smiled, pulled out the long whip from her waist, and threw it at Shirley. Shirley unfastens her grip on Blue and dodges the attack. Damn! Manipulation! Rock puppets! All of a sudden, the surrounding rocks flew together, forming a huge rock giant. "How about this? Let's take out the star spirit that can shatter rocks." "Rock Eye? Igo? No, Igo isn't a star spirit." Lucy stepped back again and again. "What should I do?" Shirley manipulated the rock giant to raise his fist and walked towards Lucy. "Give up struggling, Lucy." A voice came from behind Lucy. Lucy looked back, only to see Igo and Harpy flying rushing over. Lucy quickly covered her head and squatted down. Rock Dragon's broken fist. Boom! The rock giant was instantly smashed to slag. "Good, so strong." Shirley is hit by the debris that has exploded from the rocks and flies away. Rock Dragon's broken fang. Igo rushed forward again. "Claw, don't come here." Shirley shouted for mercy, and Igo's giant claws landed in front of Shirley's eyes. Stopped, and Shirley was directly frightened and fainted. "Igo, why are you here?" Natsu's side. Lucy asked with a sigh of relief. "Natsu is dealing with the other two in the village. I can't worry about you, so I'll chase you first." Igo put his hands around his chest and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble again." He folded his hands, smiled embarrassedly, and said, "Hey." Harpy looked at the two of them and nodded. "There is a leg." At this moment, the huge mouse jumped out and rushed towards several people, and Igo hurriedly protected Lucy and Harpy behind him. "Rock dragons!" Several people shouted in horror, and Igo swallowed his saliva and smiled awkwardly. "That!" Lucy and Harpy gasped. Ilusa retracted her sword and glared at Lucy and Harpy. "Do you want me to do anything?" Chapter 20. Gray woke up from his coma with the help of the village doctor, walked slowly outside, and looked at the chaos in the village. "Mistress Gray, are you awake?" A villager leaned over. What? What's wrong with the village?" Gray asked hurriedly. "There was a fire wizard just now. Thanks to your companions, though, no one was hurt." The villager bowed his head. "Leo, that bastard!" Gray angrily pounded the pillars. Don't be angry. Your companion is waiting for you over there." The villager reassured. Gray nodded and walked out, and after a while, Gray walked into the house pointed by the villager. "Hey Gray, you're here. I saw Igo and Lucy Harpy tied to the pillar, and Ilusa sat upright with her legs crossed." "Ai, Ilusa. Where's Natsu?" Gray asked. "I want to know, too," Ilusa said. "Do you know what you're doing?" Gray stepped forward. "Don't talk about that. Now someone wants to resurrect the demon in the Jelf book here. No, the whole wizarding world is dangerous. We must." "Shut up. I know. Ilusa jerked to her feet and pointed her sword at Gray. My mission is to take you back. Gray paused, gripped Ilusa's sword in his hand, and the blood couldn't stop flowing down. I misjudged you, Ilusa. Ilusa drew her sword and looked at Gray in shock, who turned and walked to the door. I have something I have to do. If I want to cut it down. With that, Gray slammed the door and the female Lusa raised her sword and turned around to cut the rope from their hands. Get the job done first. Several people laughed and followed. Yes. At this time, Natsu was making a fuss in the ruins. The dragon's iron fist, grappling claws, crushing fangs, roaring. The stone pillars of the ruins were broken one by one, and they sank to one side without support. Then the moon won't shine here. Bastard. Leo gritted his teeth and stood across from Natsu, reaching out to cast his magic. Ice Make. Natsu also magically retaliates with Dragon's Wing Strike. Bang, boom, bang. The magic of the two of them was ice and fire, constantly colliding and clashing. Leo's shape was fast, but it was always melted by Natsu's flames. But again, the flames didn't hit Leo because of the interference. Just as the two were inseparable, an ice sledgehammer interrupted the two, and the two looked towards the door together. Gray. Why are you here? Natsu was surprised. This is my personal vendetta. Gray walked up to Natsu and faced Leo. I'm going to beat this guy. Leo smiled. I'm really unrepentant. I'm a senior brother, you're a junior brother. My strength is naturally stronger than yours. Gray stretched out his arms and crossed them over his chest. Not necessarily. A powerful cold air came out, and a huge blue magic array appeared under Gray's feet. Absolutely frozen. Are you crazy? Leo's eyes widened and he looked at Gray in amazement. I won't let you resurrect Dariola. Absolutely not. Gray opened his arms, and the cold magic burst out, and the cold air spread all over the room wantonly. Natsu rushed up from behind against the cold and knocked Gray to the ground with a punch. Gray shouted angrily, "What are you doing, bastard? I'm ready to die. Can you be 100 when you die?" Natsu yelled. Gray lowered his head and was silent. I'm coming. Suddenly, a crystal ball flew out and smashed into Natsu's head. Bastard! Natsu roared and chased after the crystal ball. Gray sighed, stood up and complained, is this guy completely alive on instinct? Natsu chased halfway through, stopped, and turned to look at Gray. Don't die, otherwise I'll be bored in the guild. Gray smiled. I'll give it back to you as it is. What a precious friendship. Leo stood there with a blank face. Are you finished? Gray was silent for a moment, making a gesture of modeling magic, and still didn't plan to stop. Leo held out his hand impatiently, exclaiming, long-winded. Ice Make, orangutan. Ice Make. Gray dodged the attack, and an ice longbow appeared in his hand. Zeros break. 3. Ice arrows flew out, all of them hit Leo, and the next second, Leo's body shattered into ice chips. Ice Make. Ice Make. Leo rushed out from behind Gray, who immediately turned around, and the two of them unleashed their magic together. Ice Make. Gray used his magic again, and a large cloud of ice spikes spread across the ground, stabbing Leo, who jumped into the air and dodged the attack. Ice Make. White Tiger. An ice tiger pounced on Gray. Ice Make. Gray tightened his hands and created a cage to trap the ice tiger. Caged beast, is this what you're looking like? Leo. Leo gritted his teeth. Just a few icicles. Break through it. Despite Leo's words, no matter how much the ice tiger bumped or bitten, it didn't hurt the cage in the slightest. With a snap, the ice tiger shattered into ice chips. How is that possible? Leo muttered in disbelief. Shapes made with one hand lack stability. Ulu taught you. Gray condensed long blades of ice at the elbows of his arms and elbows, and rushed in front of Leo, shouting Ice Blade Dance. Several gorgeous slashes slashed, Leo's body bloomed with blood, and he fell to his knees failed. Leo lay on the ground and muttered, tears welled down in the corners of his eyes, I can't surpass you again. Gray was also tired and sat on the ground looking at Leo. Lying on the ground. Leo. I've always made you my goal, I swore I'd defeat you one day. It's all your fault, Gray. Leo cried. If you hadn't challenged Dahlia 10 years ago, you wouldn't have died. I've been lost for 10 years, my goal is no longer there. You will never come back. So you're going to resurrect Dahlia and defeat the only enemy that you hasn't defeated? Gray asked. What else would I do? Go join a guild, Leo. Gray spoke. 10 years ago, you told me that there were many magicians outside the northern continent who were stronger than her, and there were many interesting things, and I did so, and now I see that you didn't lie to me. There were a lot of monsters and freaks in my guild, and there I started a new life. Gray burst into tears. That impulse 10 years ago. I'm sorry for you, and I'm even more sorry for Ulu, but I always believe Ulu is alive. Even if the body dies, her soul will reside in the ice forever. Gray took a deep breath and walked out. Leo. Try to start a new life, because if you die like this, it will increase my guilt. Chapter 21. Stop. Natsu raised his flaming fist, chasing the black shadow that had just sneaked up on him. The black shadow, very flexible, easily dodged Natsu's attack, and after a while, the two chased and ran, and came to the location of Dahlia, and the black shadow stopped, and Natsu took a few heavy breaths. You can't run away now, can you? Oh yes, I'm really driven to a dead end. The black shadow laughed a few times and leaned over, holding a crystal ball in his hand. It's an old man wearing a mask. Looks like we can only fight? Natsu clasped his hands on his chest, tilted his head to look at the old man, and asked curiously, can you fight? Oh Roar, don't worry, the old body will use some lost magic, oh. Like the fire dragon's dragon-slaying magic, it is the arc of time magic that can manipulate time. The old man threw the crystal ball into the air and controlled it to fly towards Natsu. Natsu swung his fist and easily shattered the crystal ball, but in the next second, the crystal ball that had just been broken instantly recovered and rushed towards Natsu again. In this way, no matter how many times Natsu breaks the crystal ball will immediately recover and attack again. Ah! The roar of the dragon. Natsu impatiently grabbed the crystal ball and threw it back with brute force, while his hands were bucket-shaped, put them to his mouth, and spewed out a fiery flame breath, and the old man jumped lightly and jumped on top of Dahlia. What an annoyance! The magic of the old body can control the time of an object, and control the object to return to its past state, like this. As he spoke, the rubble that had just collapsed from the battle began to shake and fly into the air, returning to the top of the cave, and Natsu was held up by a stone slab under his feet. In that case, my magic can control time. What? Flames erupted from Natsu's feet and she rushed out through the slabs. All I can control is the future. In a second, I'll beat you up. Natsu raised his fist, and the ferocious flames enveloped Natsu's fist, and with Natsu's roar, the flames shot into the dragon's iron fist again. The old man was punched in the face by Natsu, flew upside down, and smashed on the stone wall beside him, and when the smoke and dust cleared, only a boom was heard, and the ruins trembled violently, but the old man was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, a beam of purple light fell on Dahlia's head. Damn it! Has the ruins been restored? It's hard to get crooked. Natsu. Gray leaned against the wall and shouted at him, and Natsu saw it and jumped back to the ground. Roar! As soon as Natsu landed, he heard a loud roar behind him, and when he looked back, the ice on Dahlia's body had melted to the point that Dahlia opened his arms and raised his head to the sky and roared. Damn! I still can't stop it. Get out of the way. Gray pushed Natsu away and ran in front of Dahlia, striking an absolutely frozen stance. "I'll do this, guy. I said you." Natsu put his arm around Gray's shoulder and stepped forward. "I stopped you before, I just didn't want you to die. If you insist on using it, then use it." Natsu raised his fist. "I'm going to take this guy down." Gray gritted his teeth and fell to his knees. "The darkness in your heart is sealed by me." Yu's words echoed in Gray's head again. Facing the giant demon, Natsu raised his fist. "Fire dragons!" Boom! Natsu didn't even finish shouting. Deliara's huge body suddenly cracked and shattered into flying dust and dissipated into the air. It was absolutely frozen, and it was Yu's soul that had been obliterating Deliara's life for 10 years. In the space of 10 years, Yu had killed Deliola. Yu. The absolute ice melted into water, which flowed past Gray and into the sea. Bits and pieces of the past, constantly washing over Gray's mind. 2 lines of tears flowed down Gray's face and into the meltwater. "Thank you. Your master is amazing." Natsu smiled and reached out to pull Gray up, who wiped away his tears and turned away. "Let's go." "Ilusa, they're still waiting." "Wait. Ai, Ilusa." Afterwards, the 2 of them and their families met up and returned to the village together, and strangely enough, the village that had been destroyed not long ago was now intact again. Has the village been repaired?" "It hasn't been for more than half a day, has it been?" asked Lucy. "No. All of a sudden, everything that had been destroyed in the village was restored to its original state. We thought a few people did it, didn't we?" the villagers said one after another, and at this time, the old man who had fought Natsu outside the village was talking through the crystal ball. "Why do you want to help them?" "It's a free gift," the old man said, taking off the mask on his face. A magic array flashed, and the old man's body gradually turned into a black-haired beauty. "But it's a pity for Deliara. I thought I could take advantage of the opportunity to control it." Lord Zakrane: "No, it's not a big deal. You should come back soon, Arusha. Obey orders." In the village, several people explained the situation to the village chief. "Well, so when are you going to destroy the moon?" the village chief asked. No. The ritual of the drop of the moon has been destroyed, so you don't have to destroy the moon, right?" Lucy waved her hand. "But our demonic appearance has not faded." "So? Really? So hurry up and destroy the moon." "Impossible." "I know." Ilusa suddenly spoke. "After all, it's the client's request." Gray asked, puzzled. "So how are you going to destroy the power? Even you can't do it, right?" Ilusa shook her head and walked over to the group. "Change your costume, giant's armor." Hem is Ilusa's armor that has the greatest increase in strength. Ilusa held the spear in her hand, threw it with all her might, and with a click, a crack appeared in the purple eyes in the sky. "What?" A few people shouted in surprise. Click, and the crack continued to spread, until the whole sky shattered into pieces, and behind the sky, there was another sky, another golden full moon. The reason why the moon here is purple is because the drops of the moon form a magical shroud over the island. Ilusa explained. "But the way we look," muttered the villager. "That's because everyone is a demon in the first place, but their memories have been affected by the drop of the moon." A few people followed the voice. "Uncle Boatman, Bobo. Thank you so much, and now everyone will be able to slowly regain their memories." Bobo smiled and thanked the others. Afterwards, the few people held a celebration banquet on the island, but the commission was still returned by Ilusa. But fortunately, Lucy's star spirit key was brought back with the enthusiasm of the villagers. So they returned to Magnolia. "I'm sorry, Igo, I don't know how many times I've made you run away with me." "It's okay, it's useless if I want so much money, or give me a month's rent free." "Yes. I've completed my mission. Don't be hippie smiley." Ilusa roared at the chattering group. "Back to the guild ready for punishment." Hey! Fake, right? Who? Who did it? In the eyes of several people, the guild was destroyed to slag, and several iron pillars stood on the ground, like picking up blood. Chapter 22. Who is it? Natsu rushed into the ruins of the guild, frantically picking up the rubble. Everybody, over here! Myra beckoned from the population on the basement floor of the guild, and several people hurriedly followed Mila down, only to see everyone in the guild gathered on the basement floor to drink lively, chatting as if nothing had happened. What's going on, old man? What's wrong with the guild? Why are you still acting like you're nobody? Natsu rushed forward and asked Makarov in a loud voice. Makarov slapped Natsu hard. Let's explain that you took the S-class mission privately. It doesn't matter, does it? The guild has been ruined. Natsu gritted her teeth and shouted. It was the ghost Dominator who did it, right? It's them again. I've been working against the tail of the goblin. Ilusa and Gray said. Ghost Dominator and Fairy Tale. I've heard that these two don't deal with each other, but I didn't expect it to be so bad, that's it. It's too much. Igo and Lucy muttered. It's all been a secret struggle before, it's the first time it's so obvious, Harpy said with his tail drooping. All right. Ignore them. A bunch of imps who only dare to find trouble at night when the guild is empty. Makarov shouted, but... Natsu, don't talk about it, of course the president will not be reconciled, it's just that the Senate has explicitly forbade wars between guilds. Myra interrupted Natsu softly. In addition, the strength of the other party is also very strong, and if it really fights, it will only be a lose-lose situation. Natsu looked at Myra, who was pursed her lips, and slapped the table unwillingly, damn. In the evening, Lucy and Igo return home together. Igo was shirtless, leaning on the sofa and fiddling with the necklace around his neck. I really don't understand, it's too much to provoke. Lucy finished her shower and sat on the carpet wrapped in her bathrobe. It's nasty. However, I heard that the president of the Ghost is also one of the 10 holy magic guides, and there are 4 elements and the Ace Iron Dragon in charge, which is scary enough to think about. Igo held the necklace in his palm, and by Xin smiled. Whatever they do, if they dare to touch my companions, I'll smash them. Lucy hugged her knees, looked at Igo and smiled, really? Igo clenched his fists and stared out the window. Of course, I promise, if someone bullies you, I will smash him. Lucy's cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked shyly at the ground. Okay, it's going to be fine, hurry up and go to bed, I'm going back to the house. Okay, good night, have a good dream. You too. Rest well. The next morning, there was a hurried knock on the door, and Igo, who was sleeping in the living room, was woken up, and hurriedly went to open the door, only to find that it was Harpy Faye outside the door, sweating profusely. Igo. Oh no. There's something going on in the park. Stampede. Igo and Lucy got dressed and hurried to the park to join Natsu. What catches my eye is a sad and indignant sight, Libby, Jet, Shuro Y. On the tree in the center of the park, 3 people were beaten and covered in blood, nailed to the tree with iron nails, and the guild logo of Ghost Dominator was painted on their stomachs. Bastards, how dare you attack the guild people? Igo gritted his teeth, and the green tendons on his fist burst out. Rebe, Lucy looked at the miserable situation of her companion, and couldn't help but clench her fists. Ghost. Natsu clenched his fists, his bones creaking in a crisp voice. President, Ilusa muttered as she looked at Makarov, who had changed his usual smiling attire and put on the cloak of the Holy 10. Old man, are you still going to swallow your anger? Gray tried to calm his anger and asked. Makarov looked at the miserable situation of several people, gritted his teeth. If only the guild's broken tavern was destroyed, there would be no endurance and it would pass. Even the earth was shattered, but what parent could swallow his anger when he saw his child bleeding? The little ones are at war. In the afternoon, the Ghost Guild. Haha. Now those goblins must be afraid to fly around. Well, I am going to work. A group of magicians walked to the door, talking and laughing. Suddenly, the gate of the guild was blown out, and several people flew out like flies that had been swatted to death, all scorched black, and flew out sideways. Who? A group of mages raised their weapons and stood up. The smoke dissipated at the entrance of the guild, and a large group of people stood in the doorway, gearing up. It's the tale of the fairy. Little ones, give it to me. Arm receiving. Elfman, card magic. Ice make. Gray. Costume change. Ilusa, ring magic. Loki, iron fist of the fire dragon. Natsu, rock dragon's broken fang. Igo. In an instant, the magic in the Ghost Guild was chaotic, explosions, and Makarov's body enlarged into a giant dozens of heights, trampling a group of magicians under his feet. You bastards who don't know the height of the sky! How dare you attack the children of the goblins? Don't think that the laws of humanity can protect you. Strange monster. At this time, the town of Magnolia. Really? I was left behind by everyone. Lucy was walking alone on the street, and suddenly, the sun was raining in the sky, and a blue-haired woman with an umbrella came up to her, and beside the woman was a slender man, and two. Dante approached Lucy, slowly approaching you. Hello. Lucy said hello to the two of them with some embarrassment, but the two ignored Lucy at all and walked over directly. Suddenly, a huge water balloon enveloped Lucy, and Lucy struggled to writhe body, but could not break free from the water balloon. It's useless, Jubia's water shackles won't be broken so easily. They. Blue-haired woman turned her back to Lucy and said, Ghost Dominator. S-class magician, Jubia. No, don't worry, we won't kill you. Please rest assured, Miss. We are just ordered to take you back. The man twisted his body, revealing the sign of the Ghost Dominator, Ghost Dominator. S-class wizard Thor. The Ghost Guild. Makarov changed to his normal body shape and walked up the stairs step by step. Joseph, that guy should be on the top floor. I see, Lord, stay safe. As Ilusa spoke, she slashed down another group of enemies. Hey. The hardest one is gone, I'll go down and play for a while. A man with long black hair jumped from the beam of the house. Ghost Dominator Ace Magus Gajaru, Iron Dragon Stick. Gajaru turned his arm into an iron rod and struck at Kana. Rock Dragon's broken teeth. Igo stood in front of Kana, turning his hand into a claw and grabbing the iron rod. Thanks. Kana, I'll deal with this guy. Igo said a word and rushed forward. Hey, is the Dragon Slayer magician, interesting. Gajaru chuckled and rushed forward. Iron Dragon Lance. Rock Dragon's Hook. Iron Dragon Stick. Rock Dragon's Wing Strike. The roar of the Iron Dragon. The roar of the Rock Dragon. The dragon breath of the two collided together, and a group of mages flew away. Sorry. Igo, get in the way. Gajaru. Upstairs at this time, Makarov looked angrily at Joseph in front of him. Joseph, what do you mean? Ouch, brother Makarov, long time no see. Don't tease me with a broken mind, give me a dignified duel. Don't be kidding, the battle between the Holy Ten will cause a landslide and the ground will crack. Joseph smiled sinisterly, and Lucy's projection appeared at Joseph's feet. What's more, we just want to find someone. I didn't expect you to be so angry. Lucy. Joseph held up a knife and motioned for it to be cut down. Stop me. Makarov rushed forward, but overlooked a huge figure behind him. It's so sad. A tall man with an eye patch folded his hands and cried, Ghost Dominator. S-class magician Alia. A great demonic path is about to fall. It's so sad. Click. Joseph stuck his knife into the ground. How could I hurt Miss Lucy? Don't play tricks, Makarov. Alia clapped her hands and cast her magic. Makarov instantly felt weak and fell to his knees. The old man's magic. The ground collapsed, and Makarov, who had lost his magic, fell from the top floor. Old man. Everyone hurriedly stepped forward to pick up the president, and Alyssa gritted her teeth and shouted, "Retreat!" Gajaru and Igo were at a standoff. "You're really inferior, are you going to run away? It's not over." Yago jumped backwards, covering the retreat. Gajaru jumped on the beam and headed at Alia. Did the one named Lucy catch him? Yes, Lord Gajaru, that girl is now in the headquarters. Igo on the side trembled, glared in the direction of Gajaru, gritted his teeth, grabbed a ghost member and ran out. "You guys withdraw first. I'll go back immediately." With that, Igord pulled the man and ran out. "Where's your headquarters? Who's going to tell?" Boom! Igo grabbed the man's head and smashed it into the big tree on the side, directly blasting the trunk apart. The man's head was covered in blood, and several teeth flew out. "I'm not asking you." "Ben. The headquarters is on the hill to the east." Igo casually tossed the man aside and ran at full speed in the direction of the headquarters. Bastard. Chapter 23. In a large prison in the ghost headquarters. "Hello, Miss Lucy, how are you doing here?" Joseph pushed open the door and entered. Lucy was handcuffed and sat on the ground. "Ghost leader, why are you attacking our guild, even if it's not like this?" Attacking the fairy tale is just by the way, it's just because the person we're looking for happens to be in the fairy tale." "The person you're looking for? What a dullness, Miss Lucy Hatphilia. The daughter of the Hatphilia Chable. Why, what are you looking for me?" "What are you looking for? My daughter will run away from home, my father will definitely be in a hurry." "You want to threaten my father with me?" "Wrong. Your father entrusted us to take you back." What? How could that man care about me? What a willful lady. Tisk. "I'm going to go to the bathroom." "Where's the bathroom?" What a cliché reason. "If you want to go up, let's go up here." Joseph pointed to the iron bucket beside him. Iron buckets. Calculate. Forget it, make do with it." Lucy walked over to the edge of the bucket with a disgusted look on her face, and bent down. Joseph looked shocked and quickly turned around. "It's really incorruptible." "Shame." As soon as Joseph was halfway through his words, Lucy flew up from under Joseph's crotch. "Hit the chicken damage, the old-fashioned also works." Lucy hurriedly ran to the window and looked out. It was 100 meters in the air. It's... Haven't you ever wondered why the cells are safe to have windows? Joseph got up and walked slowly towards Lucy. "Bastard. I must give you a good experience of the horror of the ghost Dominator." Horror. Before Joseph finished speaking, a stone pillar protruded from the ground and hit Joseph's old wound, and a human figure grew upwards from the rock on the windowsill. "Igo!" Lucy exclaimed in disbelief, and Igo pulled Lucy up and hugged her. "I'm sorry. Igo. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Let's go home." Igo interrupted Lucy's repeated apologies. "Don't die. Do you think you're breaking out of here?" Joseph shouted, and Igo ignored Joseph and gently asked Lucy in his arms, "Do you believe me?" Lucy wiped away her tears and choked up, "Believe." Igo smiled and looked up, gesturing his mid-finger to Joseph with a goodbye gesture. "Bye." Igo hugged Lucy and leaned back to fall straight off the ledge. Joseph ran to the window and looked down, and a huge rock hand caught Igo and Lucy away. "Bastard little ghost. Wait for me. Fairy tale will attack the basement." "Lucy, you don't have to blame yourself." "Yes. It's not your fault. No need to apologize. I'm going to beat them up next time." Fairy tale comforted Lucy, and Yago asked Ilyssa. "Ilyssa, how is the old man? Drained of his mana by the enemy, still unconscious, a bunch of bastards. Okay Igo, you can rest too, you're the main force in our battle against the ghosts. At this time, Myra was contacting Laxus through the communication crystal. Alright, Laxus, stop making trouble, the president is unconscious now, Miss Gong and Uncle can't find anyone, you are the last hope. Hey, that's your own business, is that also your attitude of begging? Laxus smiled. The old man can't do it, let him abdicate quickly. I didn't expect this kind of person to be fairy tale's companion. Myra clenched her fists unwillingly. No matter. I'll go to war next time. Hey, Myra, don't talk stupid. Kana hurriedly grabbed Myra. Even if you used to be an S-class magician. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came, and everyone hurriedly ran out, only to see a huge mobile fortress coming from the sea, and a huge magic cannon was condensed. Die, elves! Joseph stood on the top floor, gritting his teeth and shouting. It's a ghost. Well, that's Benpeter, do you even use that? Seeing that Jupiter, the charge is complete, Ilussa rushes forward in one breath. Get down. Hey, Ilussa. Dress up. It's Ilussa's strongest defense. Boom. A magic cannon shot out mercilessly, and Ilussa folded her shield to meet it. Hump it, taken down, but Ilussa's armor was also turned to powder, covered in blood, he fell to the ground. Ilussa. The crowd hurriedly ran to Ilussa's side, and immediately after, Jupiter began to charge again. No way. Again. I'm going to stop it, Harpy, go. Natsu shouted, grabbing Harpy and flying towards the ghost, followed by Gray and Elfman. I also, to help everyone. Lucy held the key in her hand and wanted to join the fight. Kana grabbed Lucy and shook her head. Stupid, it's you who they're going to catch. But I want to help you too. Kana patted Lucy gently. You're already helping to hide properly, trust us. Igo, Loki, you run away with Lucy. Got it. Igor picked up Lucy and ran out, Loki following closely behind, but always kept a distance from Lucy. Loki, why are you hiding so far away? Igo asked, puzzled. Leave me alone, I'm a little bit out of trouble with the Star Spirit Wizard. Yuki was silent for a moment. Be careful. Suddenly, several mages rushed out and raised their swords at Igo. Igo picked up Lucy and jumped to the side, pushing Lucy behind Loki. Loki, Lucy will be handed over to you for the time being. Wait, you. Hey. Loki, can you protect Lucy? Igo smiled at Loki. Yuki sighed, got it. Be careful yourself. With that, Loki ran out with Lucy. Igo covered his hands with rocks and charged at his enemies. Within a few minutes, a group of magicians collapsed at the fall's feet. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the warehouse not far away, and Igo ran to see no sign of Lucy, only to see Loki lying on the ground weakly. Igo, I'm sorry, I lost and wasted your trust in vain. Lucy, taken by the Iron Dragon, Igo gritted his teeth, picked Loki on his shoulder, and stepped aside. No need to apologize. You're trying to get there, and get some rest. Igo turned around as he set Loki aside, scales looming across his face. Right now. I'm going to find that scrap metal and settle the accounts one by one. At this point, the other side. Natsu defeated the ghost's fire bunny pill and destroyed Jupiter, and Joseph, in a fit of rage, turned on the forbidden magic Purgatory Shatter. Within the guild, it is now Alfuman vs Earth Elemental, Sol Grey vs Water Elemental, Jubianatsu vs Wind Elemental, Aliyah. Elfman vs Thor. Boom, boom. Elfman received the arm of Warcraft and fought fiercely with Thor. No, 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 3 no-s in a row means you're too weak. Thor twisted his slender torso to dodge Elfman's attack. Awkward. Give me a manly fight. Manly. Thor smiled, stroked his beard, and controlled the rock into a white-haired girl. You know this girl, right? Lee. Lishna. Elfman lowered his arm, trembling all over, and Thor took the opportunity to knock Elfman flying. What a poor girl, who obviously loves his brother so much, but was killed by his own brother 2 years ago. No, no. No. 3 NOS in a row, it means that you have exposed a flaw. Thor sprayed a boulder and knocked Elfman flying. Chapter 24. No. Elfman's body trembled, and he unconsciously ended the reception. No. Is the manly Elfman going to evade responsibility? Thor kept beating Elfman, muttering to himself. 2 years ago, you were the one who killed my sister and lost my sister's magic power, wasn't you? Whole body reception. Elfman tried to take over with his whole body, but the figure of his sister kept flashing in his mind, constantly stimulating Elfman. Thor kicked Elfman out of the way with a hard kick, squeezing Elfman's head against the guild. Look at the miserable situation of your companions. Kana. Macau. Vicaro. Everyone. I'm sorry, I'm too weak. Elfman gritted his teeth and looked at the tearful Myra unwillingly. Sister. I said I wanted to be a man who protected my sister. He said he wouldn't let his sister cry anymore. Enough. 2 years ago, at Lysina's grave, Natsu wiped away her tears and yelled. Do you think Lysina would be happy to see you like this? Get me strong like a man, go fight. Natsu. Elfman gritted his teeth and stood up, slamming Thor out of the way. Receive the whole body, the soul of the Beastmaster. A huge magic array flashed, and Elfman's body quickly expanded, growing red fur and turning into a monster more than 2 meters long. No 3 no in a row means that you can't control the soul of the Beastmaster. I promised everyone. Eufuman walked towards Thor step by step and raised a huge fist. No. Fight like a man. Boom. Elfman roared, punching Thor out of the way. Grey vs. Jubia. Grey stood in the hallway, looking at Jubia, who was standing not far away. I didn't expect that the 2 elements had failed, but Jubia was not so easy to defeat. I didn't expect my opponent to be a woman. But whether you're a woman or a child, I'm not going to show mercy. Grey posed and said with a serious face. And Jubia's face suddenly turned slightly red, and he turned around and walked away from that. Jubia threw in the towel. What the hell? No, this man is Jubia's enemy. Jubia stopped and shook his head, turning sharply. A water blade slashed at Grey. Goodbye. Ice make, tomahawk. Grey hurriedly made a huge axe to cut through the water, and with a bang, the giant axe cut Jubia off at the waist. Stupid, why don't you get out of the way? Jubia's body is made of water, so don't be afraid. You. What is your name? You would care about your enemies. Well. So gentle. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell is going on? Grey took off his shirt. But my name is Grey Full Pasta, remember me? Why did you take off your clothes? Jubia isn't ready. Hey, of course, it's going to be a showdown. Grey, Lord Grey, hand over Lucy. Jubia didn't want to fight Mistress Grey anymore, don't be kidding. Lucy is my important companion. Lucy. Important. Jubia's face was calm and he muttered, Lucy. Rival in love. Hey. Grey was stunned by what Jubia said. The water is broken. A massive blade of water slashed through the ceiling and slashed at Grey. Grey hurriedly jumped on the ceiling to dodge the attack, and Jubia chased after him. It's raining so hard. It's annoying. Grey looked at the grey sky, and the rain kept falling. Rain. Annoying. With a gloomy face, Jubia lowered his head and muttered, So you're just like those guys. Jubia will never believe in love again. Suddenly, Jubia shouted and rushed forward. I don't understand what you mean, though Grey yelled as well, not to be outdone. But I'll never allow anyone to threaten Fairy Tale. In an instant, all of Jubia's water flow was frozen, ice make. Grey strode up to Jubia and held out his right hand. You said who made your body, so how about this? Grey released a large amount of cold air, freezing Jubia in the ice. But the strange thing is that there was a warm current in Grey's hand. Grey pinched it curiously, and a subtle touch came, only to see Grey's hand held on the two milky white peaks in front of Jubia. Yes, I'm sorry. Grey hurriedly lifted the ice, and Jubia fell to his knees. Jubia. Lost. It's sunny. Grey looked at the sky and the rain was getting lighter, smiled and looked at Jubia. Is it still fighting? Jubi. Jubia's face turned red and he fainted. Natsu versus Aaliyah. It's so sad. The wings of the flame are about to decay. Aaliyah folded her hands and cried, and Natsu stood bruised and wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth. You're the one who will rot. Nazgar took control, his hands lit up with flames, and he rushed forward, Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Extinction. Aaliyah swung his right palm hard, blowing away Natsu's flames, and suddenly Natsu felt the magic in his body being drained little by little. Suddenly, a flash of sword flashed, and Aaliyah retreated again and again. Illusa. Are your injuries all right? Natsu exclaimed, and Illusa raised her sword and asked lightly, is this guy the one who attacked the president? Aaliyah cried out with her hands folded. Sad. So sad. Is the fairy queen about to fall? Dress up. The armor of family. Illusa rushed forward with a thorn step, and changed into the armor of the family, Sky Space. Ahia stretched out her hand and unleashed a powerful magical power. The Sword of Circumcision. Two crossed ring sword formations slashed Aaliyah to the ground in an instant kill. Natsu shouted in shock, looking at Aaliyah, who was lying motionless on the ground with her mouth open. I really can't mess with Illusa. I really didn't expect all four elements to be defeated. On the top floor, Gajaru sat on the ground, chewing iron bars with a clattering mouth, and Lucy was covered in injuries and cuffed against the wall. Let's just come back to relieve my boredom. As he spoke, Gajaru conjured a kunao and threw it at Lucy. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the walls of the room were shattered into pieces of iron. Roar. Interesting. Igo. Igo walked in with two unconscious, unaware magicians and threw them hard at Garo. Gajaru turned his leg into an iron rod and kicked the two of them away. It's finally here, Rock Dragon, let's fight. Gajaru spread his hands. First you, then the Fire Dragon, I will clear it. A piece of sky doesn't need a second dragon. I don't care if there are a few dragons or a few birds in a sky, and it's too boring to fight for this reason, but Unhurriedly, Igo crushed the iron cuffs, took Lucy in his arms, and put her in a safe place. Destroyed the guild. Attacked Ribi and them. Wounded Loki. And the people who bully Lucy. It's all you, right? That's right, it's me. Gajaru shouted. Igo. Be careful with that person. Hey. Igo shoved a cookie into Lucy's mouth, gagged Lucy's mouth, and reached out and patted Lucy's head gently. Then he turned around, his face was covered with scales, the pupil of his right eye was elongated, and the necklace on his chest was glowing, glaring at Gajaru. Smash you! Chapter 25. Smash you, scrap metal! Igo clenched his fists tightly, looming dragon scales appeared on his face, and the pupil of his right eye became erect, like a crack, looking very mad. Rock dragons! Igo raised his right hand and clenched his fist, a thick layer of rock wrapped Igo's arm. Gajaru also raised his right hand and turned his arm into a thick iron rod. Break the fist! Iron Dragon Stick! The two of them roared at the same time and rushed towards each other, the fist of the rock and the rod of steel collided together, and the aftermath was enough to shake several people on the side back a few steps. Broken teeth of the rock dragon. Iago's right hand grasped Gajaru's right hand that had turned into an iron rod, raised his left hand, covered his arm with a sharp rock claw, and grabbed it down with force. Iron Dragon Sword. Gajaru raised his left hand, transformed into an extremely sharp steel sword, and stabbed out. The attacks of the two were evenly matched, and neither of them had the upper hand, so it was difficult to tell the winner for a while, and then, the two of them raised their heads at the same time, opened their mouths, and brown and green magic arrays appeared in front of Igo and Gajaru's mouths respectively. Roar of the Rock Dragon. Roar of the Iron Dragon. Suddenly, the flying sand and gravel sprayed by the two collided violently with the iron filings and steel slag, and with a bang, they collided from the middle of the two, and the two jumped up and distanced themselves from each other, looking at each other with fierce eyes. The temptation is over here, right? Igo reached out and wiped the ashes on his face, loosening the clothes on his body. That's right, I can't wait. Gajaru spread his hands and shouted arrogantly. His skin covered with steel scales bang. Suddenly, the two of them strode out at the same time, one punched the other in the face. In comparison, it must be Gajaru who was covered in steel was more dominant, but Igo was also not to be outdone. Even if his body was not covered with any steel or rock, it would not be a big deal to catch Gajaru's fist. The two of them tied up their horses, stood firmly in place, roared and waved their fists. Their fists were like raindrops, mercilessly smashed on each other. Igo seized the opportunity, put his hands together and raised them high, transforming into a huge rock giant blade and swung down. Rock Dragon Blade Slash. Gajaru hurriedly retreated, stuck to the wall, and raised his legs. Iron Dragon Spear, Ghost Salary. Gajaru's legs changed into spiked spears, stabbing out quickly. And with a bang, stabbed into Igo's rock blade, both of them shattered. What a capability, Rock Dragon! This is worthy of being my uncle's opponent of Uncle Gajaru. Gajaru raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and rushed towards Igo with a step, Iron Dragon's Steel Fist. Igo raised his right hand high, turned his arm into a huge rock hammer, and slammed it down towards Gajaru. Rock Dragon's Hammer. With a bang, the entire ground was smashed into cracks, and Gajaru jumped to the side of the wall, broke off an iron plate with all his might, chewed it up, and replenished the mana that had just been lost. Come on, Rock Dragon, start it again now. How is this happening? It's too foul, isn't it? Lucy looked at Igo worriedly. Don't worry, Lucy. Igo stretched out his right hand and gestured to the tail of an inverted seven goblin. I said I was going to smash this guy, and I would do what I said, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Gajaru laughed a few times, and put his hands in front of his mouth in a bucket shape. They. Roar of the Iron Dragon. Rock Dragon's Wing Strike. Igo waved his arms and lifted two rock blades to block the roar of Gajaru's Iron Dragon, and then, Igo covered his head with a large piece of rock armor that glowed faintly red, and rushed up through the smoke and dust, grabbed Gajaru's arm with both hands, and gave Gajaru a head-on blow. Rock Dragon's Hard Armor. And, Rock Dragon's Hook Claw. Gajaru was hit by Igo with a hammer on the head, his whole body lost his center of gravity, and quickly fell forward. Igo found the right time to cover his right leg with a layer of rock, and kicked directly on Gajaru's stomach, kicking Gajaru out of the air. Iron Dragon Sword. Gajaru raised his hands, transformed his arms into sharp swords, and stabbed at Igo like raindrops. Igo raised his arms in front of him, struggling to support the sword blows that were scattered like raindrops, and blood continued to spurt out from Igo's wounds. Rock Dragons. Igo suddenly roared, covered his whole body with rock armor, and rushed up against the rain of swords. War Dance. Gajaru hurriedly covered his whole body with sharp steel scales, and raised two arms to block his head. Iron Dragon Armor. Click. I don't know if it was the sound of rock or steel shattering, accompanied by the roars of Igo and Gajaru. Bang! A dull sound came out, and the armor on the two of them was all broken, and their bodies were covered with blood, and their fists hit each other in the face heavily, and they both flew out. Igo! Lucy shouted worriedly, ran up to catch Igo. The two fell to the ground and slid out a few meters away. Lucy hurriedly checked Igo's injury, and lowered her head in distress. Igo, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, you were so badly injured. The ghost members who were watching the battle hurriedly dodged. Gajaru fell heavily to the ground, rolled several times before stopping in embarrassment. Gajaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and waved his right hand vigorously. Iron Dragon Sword. A steel sword stabbed towards Lucy at great speed. Boom! A pillar of blood spurted out, and Igo stretched out his arm to block Lucy's body, and the iron sword directly pierced Igo's arm. Lucy, why do you want to apologize? Why do you blame yourself? You didn't make a mistake. Igo. Lucy held back tears and looked at Igo. Igo held the iron sword hard, and with a click, the iron sword was directly crushed by Igo. It's these guys who hurt you and the guild from beginning to end. Igo roared angrily, strode in front of Gajaru, and with a heavy uppercut, Gajaru was sent out of the roof and flew into the air, and Igo himself jumped up Slayer the dragon. Igo grabbed Gajaru with both hands, wrapped the two people with heavy rocks, and condensed into a large spiral drill. Bit broken rock fall. The rock drill that wrapped Gajaru and Igo spun at high speed and fell downward, and with a bang, the entire guild of the ghost dominators collapsed, and the top floor of the guild had become a ruin. Gajaru was covered in blood and fainted. Igo stepped on Gajaru and gasped, glancing at the other magicians of the ghosts on the side, and asked lightly, "Who's next? And help!" The ghostly magicians cried and fled like a swarm of rats, and after a while they ran away without a shadow. Igo lowered his head, the looming dragon scales on his skin gradually disappeared, his pupils became normal, and the faint fluorescence emitted by the necklace on his chest also disappeared, and Igo staggered, and his whole body fell backwards. Lucy hurriedly ran to Igo's side, caught Igo, and the two fell to the ground together. Igo lay weakly in Lucy's arms. Lucy gently touched Igo's face. Igo raised his head weakly, looked at Lucy, and smiled. "Look, I will do what I say, I will definitely beat the guy who bullied Lucy to a mess." 2 tears welled up in the corners of Lucy's eyes, pursed her lips, and hugged Igo with both hands. "Thank you for your hard work. Let me squint for a while." Igo leaned into Lucy's arms, muttered softly, closed his eyes, and Lucy slowly stroked Igo's back. "Thank you." Chapter 26. On the outskirts of the town of Magnolia there is a simple wooden house where an old man named Porosika lives. In the forest on the outskirts, an old woman with pink hair walks to her cabin with a basket of apples. Fairy tale gilded visor, Porosika. "Lady Porosika, is he okay?" A masked man sits on a tree, nibbling on an apple. "This person is Mr. Hill. Mr. Gang, why did you go before? You shouldn't be here now, the guild is fighting now." As he spoke, dozens of flags with the crest of the Ghost Dominators Guild flew out from behind Mr. Gang. "I'm going to help the guild leader collect some magic power. Presumably the guild leader has almost recovered, right?" Miss Gong said lightly. Can't it be that you have wiped out all the Ghost Dominator branches by yourself?" Porosika asked in shock. Miss Gong didn't speak, walked over to Porosika and picked up an apple. "Can I eat another one?" At this time, in the Guild of the Ghost Dominators, Natsu, Grey, Elfman, and Alyssa gathered together and waited for Igo and Lucy, but the two of them arrived before another magical. This magic is very dark and very powerful, and it makes people tremble and gag uncontrollably from a distance. Is this magic? Could it be that Joseph is here? Slap, slap, slap. A few applause came from the dark corridor. Joseph put on the blue-purple cloak of the 10 Saints, his eyes were black. And walked towards the crowd. A bunch of scum has driven me to this point, it's a shame to say it. Who are you talking, scum? Before the words could be finished, Natsu, Grey, and Elfman rushed towards Joseph. Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Ice Make. Arm Take. Lizardman Soul. Ilusa hurriedly shouted, trying to stop a few people. Stupid, come back, you are no match for him. But it was too late. Natsu's 3 stunned young men didn't care about these 3, 7, and 21, they had already rushed to Joseph. Joseph smiled slightly, raised his arm disdainfully, and a dark purple magic was launched from Joseph's hand. The scum is just talking about you, idiots. In an instant, all 3 of them were knocked out and lost consciousness. Ilusa stood in front of the 3 Natsu alone, holding an iron sword aimed at Joseph. Queen of the Fairies, Ilusa, I didn't expect you to be able to defeat my subordinate Alia after taking Jubit. Joseph threw a purple magic missile and knocked Ilusa flying. What a powerful and beautiful existence. It's worth destroying by me. Joseph shouted sickly, using his magic dark spiral. Ilusa half knelt on the ground and raised her iron sword to try to block the blow. Defend against the magic array, the 3-pillar god. A golden, triangular barrier surrounded Ilusa, easily blocking Joseph's magic, and Ilusa recognized the magic at a glance. President Makarov stood in front of Ilusa, his body exuding a golden glow. You are wrong, Joseph. Makarov stared at him and walked slowly towards Joseph. They are not the scum of your mouth, they are the old man's most beloved children, and they are the pride of Fairy Tale. Joseph stretched out his hands again and released several purple magic arrows to shoot at Makarov. Don't come out with a handful of old bones. Brother. Makarov, arrow of darkness. Even with this old bone, it will be more than enough to deal with you. Makarov raised his right hand, stretched out his index and middle fingers and slashed in the air a few times. A zigzag array of light appeared in front of Makarov, and a golden barrier erupted around Makarov, dispelling all of Joseph's magic. Field of Light. 5 strikes of darkness. Joseph gritted his teeth, raised his right hand, stretched out his palm. 5 purple magic attacks shot from Joseph's 5 fingers. Makarov raised his right hand, and a golden magic array appeared in front of Makarov, spraying a huge wave of light. Explosion of light. Joseph, stop it now. Still the fairy tale rules, you still have 3 seconds to retreat. What are you kidding? Joseph put his hands on the side of his waist, and a purple ball of light condensed between his palms, and with a strong swing, he threw out a huge magic wave death storm. Makarov impatiently stretched out his hands were folded, and a small bright ball of light was condensed in his hands, and a huge golden magic array appeared above the Ghost Dominators Guild, covering the entire guild. That magic array. Could it be that trick? In the guild of the Ghost Dominators, Ilusa hurriedly carried the fainted Natsu and several people together. President, do you want to use that magic? Ilusa asked in shock. Fight against the darkness with divine light. Take everything that the sorcerer considers to be the enemy as a target. As long as you have the intention, everything can be destroyed. One of the 3 super magic of the fairy tale, the supreme judgment magic, the law of the elf. At this time, Myra next to the guild of fairy tale looked up at the sky. That's enough, Joseph, I gave you a way out. 3 seconds have arrived. The law of the elf, activate. A thick, golden pillar of magic fell from the sky, enveloping the entire Ghost Dominator. The light dissipated, Joseph's face turned pale, and the whole person looked much older. What a vigorous young man! Go, 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 go home, go back to the guild. Makarov waved his hand at Ilusa and walked slowly towards the Fairy Tale Guild. After the incident, all the members of the Fairy Tale were taken away by the council that arrived quickly, and went back to make a record. Just when Makarov was mentally prepared to meet the sky-high fine and a scolding, the council actually acquitted the fairy tale. Of course, this is indispensable to Makarov's friend since he was young. Yajma of the 6th seat of the council, desperately defended the fairy tale. Now that the guild has officially begun to rebuild and everything is back to normal, one night Makarov and Yajma sat together. "Pony, I said you're old enough to retire, aren't you?" Yajma said to Makarov. "Yes. But there are no suitable personnel for the next president." Makarov took a sip of wine and sighed. "There is a special reason for the Mr. Gang, no. That guy didn't go back to the guild at all, and he couldn't. The Laxus kid is too naive, let alone good." As for Ilus's words. At this time, Myra walked over from the side and shouted, "President, we just received a warning from the Senate that because Ilusa and the others destroyed a city during their mission, the Senate told us to hurry up and hand in the fine and the review book." Chapter 27. Regarding the strength of the protagonist and the plot that you care about copying the original book, there will be a turning point in the Tower of Paradise in the near future, and it won't go on like this forever, and the protagonist's dragon blood is not bluffing. Ha 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 ha. Igo was covered with bandages, lying naked on the sofa at Lucy's house, sleeping with clothes covered. Lucy hid aside and looked at Igo hesitantly, as if she was thinking about something. Suddenly, Igo's nose moved, as if he smelled Lucy, and slowly opened his eyes. "Lucy, what's wrong?" Lucy shook her head, stood up and smiled, and patted Igo. "Igo, hurry up and clean up, and follow me home." Igo sat up, rubbed his eyes, yawned, and put his coat on. "Okay, let's go." Igo simply brushed his hair, stretched, and was about to set off. "I said you should take care of it." Lucy pulled Igo back and dragged him into the bathroom. At the doorway of an oversized villa, Lucy and Igo. In front of an ornate iron door. "Well, it's here." Lucy leaned on the iron door and knocked lightly. "I haven't been back for 2 years, Igo. What's wrong with you?" Lucy turned her head to see Igo with a shocked look on his face. This is your house?" Igo didn't understand and was shocked and pointed to the mansion in front of him, which was half the size of a town. "Yes, what's wrong?" Lucy nodded, said indifferently, and trotted to the iron fence on the side. Okay, let's go quickly." Lucy leaned on the fence and squinted her eyes to look in. Mother-in-law, it's me." Lucy shouted at an old woman who was sweeping the floor inside the fence. "Lu, Miss Lucy." When the old woman saw Lucy, she threw away the broom in her hand excitedly and ran to open the door. "For Lucy, Miss Lucy, what have you been doing for the past 2 years? I can't find any news for 2 years, but I'm worried about us to death." The old woman hugged Lucy excitedly, looked Lucy up and down, and suddenly saw Igo standing aside. This young man is..." Igo was stunned, and walked up to introduce himself. I'm Igo, it's Lucy's. Could it be Miss Lucy's elopement partner?" The old woman looked at Igo gossipily. She looks quite energetic. Miss Lucy's vision is still not bad." "Wait. We're just ordinary friends, and we've only known each other for less than a month." Lucy hurriedly stood between the old woman and Iago, blushing and explaining. "Okay, I won't tease you." The old woman smiled and patted Lucy. "You're coming back this time. Are you coming back to find the master?" Lucy's expression was obviously lowered. "Well, yes." The old woman also saw it, and took Lucy's hand. "I'll take you to see the master. Miss Lucy's friends are also coming over. I still have a lot of things to ask you." After a while, Lucy changed into a gorgeous long dress and pushed open the door of a study. "Father, I'm back." A man with short blonde hair stood in front of the window in a suit. "Well, you made a wise choice, Lucy. The man turned his head and glanced at Lucy. I didn't expect the ghost Dominator to fail, but even if it fails this time, I will continue to use other channels to destroy the guild you are staying in. Lucy lowered her head and was silent for a while. Father, it was my fault to suddenly run away from home 2 years ago. The man turned his head away and stopped looking at Lucy. Okay, let's go back to the room, there are still a bunch of things to deal with in the past 2 days. Don't get me wrong, Father, I'm just a little upset because I didn't say hello to anyone when I left 2 years ago, and I'm here to say goodbye to you this time. I need to affirm my friends in a warm home more than expensive clothes in a luxurious life. The man turned and looked at Lucy in disbelief. Father, please don't trouble Fairy Tale again. Next time, I will fight with my companions, against you, as a member of Fairy Tale. Lucy stepped out of the study with the fragments of her long dress. Goodbye, Father. It's the first time I've seen Lucy so angry. Igo stood at the door, waiting for Lucy. How can there be hurry up? Lucy pulled Igo's clothes and walked outside. Mother-in-law, let's go back. The old woman nodded and shouted. Well, Miss Lucy, be careful on the road, you two must be happy. It's not like that. Lucy blushed, and the two walked together in the courtyard of Lucy's house, and suddenly saw several figures. Not far away, Yago. Lucy. Igo stepped forward and squinted at it. Natsu. Gray. Ilessa. Why are you three here? Nonsense, of course I'm here for you. Gray yells. Don't tell me, I'm going home or something. Hell, I don't know what's going on. Is something wrong, Lucy? Ilessa asked. If there is any difficulty, you must tell us about it. Lucy looked at a few people and smiled. It's okay, it's all settled, let's go back quickly. Igo squeezed his fist. Okay, go to work, my hands are itching again. Natsu smiled knowingly and pulled out a few orders. Let's go. I can't wait. Chapter 28. One night, Igo, Lucy, Gray, Ilessa, Natsu, and Harpy had just finished their mission and found a hotel on the way back to the guild to rest. Okay, let's fight the pillow. Natsu rushed into the room excitedly, lifted 2 pillows and shook them. Okay. I won't lose to you. Gray picked up the pillow and threw it at Natsu. Igo quickly picked up the pillow and joined the battlefield. Add me one. Ilessa shook her head and chuckled. I really can't do anything about you, I'll come too. Seeing that several people were in high spirits, Lucy also picked up a pillow. Then I'll do it too. Wow. Suddenly, a pillow flew and smashed Lucy out of the room. Lucy lay on the ground, and said with a wry smile. Sure enough, I'd better forget it. After a while, Lucy was walking on the street alone, walking idly, and suddenly Lucy saw a familiar figure and hurriedly ran over. Loki. The man was the wizard of Fairy Tale, Loki. Turned his head and saw Lucy running towards him, so he hurriedly jumped into the grass on the side in a panic, and poked out a small head. Yo, Lucy. Long time no see, are you also on a mission here? Lucy looked at Loki speechlessly. Am I so scary? Loki quickly shook his head, waved his hand and said. No, it's just that I really don't get along with the Star Spirit Wizard. Lucy sighed. By the way, it's okay now anyway. How about coming and accompany me, I'll invite you. Loki was stunned and pointed to himself. Me? Lucy nodded. Yes, just when the ghost dominators attacked the guild before, you gave me a thank you for protecting me. Loki swallowed nervously and nodded. Good. You go first, I'll follow from behind. Lucy shook her head. Helplessly. Star Spirit Wizard, what's wrong with you? Makes you scared like this? After a few minutes, Lucy and Loki sat in a noodle restaurant, several seats away, the two were very embarrassed. And neither of them spoke Lucy. Loki was silent for a while, and said hesitantly, "Can you understand the feeling of not being able to return to the stars in the sky?" Lucy was stunned and looked at Loki. "Can't go back to heaven? Stars?" Loki lowered his head, his glasses slid down, his face was very haggard, and he smiled. "Riley. I may. I'm going to die." Lucy was stunned when she heard this, and anxiously grabbed Loki's shoulder. "What do you mean by that? Are you seriously ill? If anything, you must say it." Loki was stunned, shook his head hesitantly, and squeezed out a smile. "Lie to you? I'm fine. It's just a trick I use to coax girls." Lucy was silent for a while, then let go of. "Loki, I really misjudged you, Loki. You are the worst person who uses your own pretended pain to win the sympathy of girls." With that, Lucy turned around and walked out of the noodle shop, leaving Loki alone in the same place. Loki slowly raised his hand, only to see Loki's hand become looming, and his whole body also exuded a weak point of light, and then, Loki smiled bitterly, and also walked out. A few days later, Lucy was sleeping on the bed, and Igo suddenly opened the door and ran in. Anxiously, "Wow! Igo! What are you doing?" Lucy quickly got up from the bed, and Igo grabbed Lucy. "Now is not the time to talk about this." Loki didn't know why, he suddenly quit the guild, and when he quit, he still looked weak, everyone was looking for him everywhere. "What?" Lucy shouted in disbelief. Igo opened the window and jumped out of the window. "Lucy, you should come and find it too." With that, Lucy was left alone on the bed, remembering what Loki had said a few days ago, "That's not going to work." Is what he said true? In the evening, everyone sat in the guild, sullen and silent. Lucy returned home alone, and sat on the bed. "Open it." The door of the Southern Cross. Lucy waved the key, and an old man with a cross head appeared in front of Lucy. "Grandpa Crow, can you help me investigate the star spirit wizard related to Loki?" Grandpa Crow nodded, and said slowly, "Yes, the personal information protection law is also applicable in the star spirit realm, so I can't explain it in detail." Lucy nodded. "Well, it's okay, then please Grandpa Crow." Grandpa Crow looked at Lucy and said, "The star wizard related to Lord Loki is Master Karen Lilica." "Karen Lilica?" Lucy muttered. "The famous wizard who died on the job a few years ago." Lucy lowered her head and seriously recalled all the words that Loki had said before, "the stars that can't return to the sky." Could it be that? Lucy suddenly had a flash of inspiration and rushed out of the house. In front of a waterfall, Loki sat on the edge of a tombstone and looked at his gradually transparent body. "This is Kalian's tombstone, right?" Lucy walked up slowly from behind Loki. "Loki, no, I should call you the star spirit of Leo." "Leo?" Loki was stunned for a moment, and looked at Lucy with a wry smile. "I was actually discovered by you, I didn't want to involve anyone. I also signed a contract with many star spirits, so I can find out your identity." Lucy walked slowly towards Loki. "But why?" "It stands to reason that when the star spirit wizard dies, the star spirit who signed a contract with him will terminate the contract by himself and return to the star spirit world to wait for a new holder to appear." "But why are you still in the human world? Just like humans can't survive in the star spirit world, and star spirit can't survive in the human world for a long time, otherwise they will lose their vitality and die." Loki nodded weakly. "I've been in the human world for 3 years, it's already the limit, I can't get any strength out, I guess it's about to disappear." Lucy hurriedly walked up to Loki and grabbed Loki. "Tell me why you can't go back to the star spirit realm, I may be able to help you open the door." Loki broke free of Lucy's hand. Thank you, I don't need to help. Lucy was stunned and shouted in confusion, "Stupid! If you continue like this, you will die." Loki took off his glasses and threw them on the ground. "The reason why I can't go back is very simple. I violated the taboo between the star spirit and the bearer, so I was permanently exiled by the star spirit world." Loki raised his hand and patted Kalyan's tombstone, sighed softly, and remembered the past. "This is my crime. I accept this punishment of death. I am a traitor to the astral realm, because I killed my bearer Karen, 3 years ago." Lucy trembled when she heard this, and her whole body was stunned. "Killed your own bearer? Why is that?" Loki turned his back to Lucy and talked about the incident 3 years ago. Chapter 29. That was 3 years ago. Loki lowered his head and whispered to Lucy. "My bearer at the time, Karen. She completely uses the star spirit as a tool, and doesn't care about us at all. If it's just me, it's fine. After all, I'm a starry sky for battle, sturdy. But Ollie's, Aries star spirit, can't do it. She can't stand Karen's toss finally. One day, Karen is bullying Elias again. I really can't help it, so I use my magic to replace Elias, and swear that if Karen doesn't cancel the contract between me and Elias, I will never be in the star spirit realm, so that Karen can't summon a second star spirit and can't work. In this way, I stayed alone in the world for 3 months, during which Karen came many times to admit her mistakes and plead for mercy, but I thought that I could not spare her so easily, so I remained firmly in the world until the 3rd month. When I had already adapted to life in the human world, and I felt that it was almost time to forgive Karen, but when I went back to look for Karen, I heard that she had died at work. And it was I who indirectly killed Karen, so I became a sinner in the astral spirit realm, and was rejected by the astral spirit realm in the human world." Loki spoke, and suddenly collapsed to the ground weakly. "It's time." Lucy hurriedly ran up and grabbed Loki's shoulder. "Why don't you tell me? I'm a star spirit wizard, I can definitely help you." Loki shook his head. "I should take responsibility for my mistakes. What's wrong with thinking about my companions?" Lucy shouted unwillingly. "Open it." Leo's door. Loki looked at Lucy incredulously, but found that Lucy's arm had begun to nihilize with himself. Loki hurriedly wanted to push Lucy away, but his current body, even Lucy couldn't push it. "Hurry up and let go of me. If you continue like this, you will disappear like me." Lucy gritted her teeth and desperately released her magic power. "I won't let it go. You are just thinking about your companions. But you are said to be guilty, and you have to die for it. I will never allow this kind of thing." Loki lowered his head and shouted in confusion, "Enough, why the hell are you doing so much for me?" Lucy endured the pain and shouted. "Because you're a star spirit, I'm a star spirit wizard, because you and I are both fairy tale magicians." "Fairy tale? Don't you care about your companions the most?" "I'm also a member of Fairy Tale." Loki shook his head and shouted desperately. "That's enough, don't add to my sins." Lucy yelled. Leo forced to close the door. Suddenly, the sky changed dramatically, and the stars began to shine, and Loki was stunned. "Impossible." Suddenly, an incomparably tall, bearded humanoid creature appeared from the sky. "It's just a small case, and..." The Star Spirit King actually came forward to solve the... Lucy looked up at the Star Spirit King, muttering in her mouth. "Star Spirit King? Is the most powerful star spirit. Forget it, no matter what it is." Lucy ran up and yelled at the Star Spirit King, "Old man with a long beard, why don't you let Loki go back to the Star Spirit realm? He's dying. Enough as a punishment, right?" The Star Spirit King looked at Lucy and said in a deep voice. "Old friend. This is indeed his violation of the rules of the Star Spirit realm, and it is indeed his punishment to dissipate into the human world. Don't tell me anything about old friends or anything, I don't remember that I know you, bearded old man. Lucy lowered her head, and all of Lucy's star spirits appeared behind her, looking up at the Star Spirit King together. But wouldn't the rules be wrong? Loki did it just for the sake of his companions. Karen's death was just an accident. Why should you let Loki die for such a ridiculous reason? I don't admit it. The Star Spirit King was silent for a while, and did not speak. Since you have said this to this point, old friend, maybe there is indeed something wrong with the rules this time. Okay, then this Leo Star Spirit's case is an exception. The Star Spirit looked down at Loki. Leo, this time I specially approve, your punishment is over, you can go back to the Star Spirit realm. Loki's eyes couldn't stop trembling, and there was disbelief in his eyes. If you still want to continue to atone for your sins, become the power of an old friend and fight for her. Lucy smiled and looked up at the Star Spirit King. I didn't expect the bearded old man, you are quite easy to talk. The Star Spirit King laughed in a very funny voice and returned to the Star Spirit realm, and then Lucy looked down at Loki who was kneeling beside him. Look, I said I can help you. Lucy looked tired and said. Loki nodded, knelt down on one knee, held a key in his hand, and said gratefully, Lucy. Leo Star Spirit, Leo's key, please smile. Lucy took the key, tilted her head, and smiled. I'm still used to calling you Loki. Loki wiped his tears, and returned to the Star Spirit realm with the starry sky. The next day, in the guild. What? Loki is a star spirit. Everyone looked at Loki in disbelief, and looked at Loki curiously, but you're not a cow, a crab, or something. Loki smiled. Isn't the Balag you know also with ordinary people? Igo shook his head and muttered. She can turn into an orangutan. Natsu lowered her head and thought for a while. But Virgo is originally human, right? What zodiac sign are you, Loki? Lucy sighed. He's a Leo star spirit, if it's okay, let him go back quickly, he will take a long time to recover. Gray looked at Loki and asked, then you won't be able to stay in the guild in the future, right? Loki smiled bitterly and picked up Lucy. Well, yes, so I'll use Prince Charming to save Lucy in the future. Saying that, Loki also looked at Igo deliberately, and Igo pulled Lucy over without admitting defeat. With me here, Lucy doesn't need to call you out. Loki pushed his glasses. Didn't you say anything like Lucy will ask you, before? Igo pushed Loki's head against him. I said it for the time being. Loki shook his head. Is there any? Absolutely. I don't remember. You're looking for a fight, aren't you? The two of you quarreled endlessly. Lucy was pulled back and forth between the two, dizzy for a while. Myra smiled, and quipped. Lucy has become a sought-after commodity. Do you want to peddle two boats? This doesn't feel good at all. Lucy pushed Loki and Igo away and took out Leo's key. Okay, you better go back and rest for me. Wait a minute. Loki hurriedly stopped Lucy's hand waving the key, and took out several high-end travel coupons from his pocket. I was going to take my girlfriend with me before, but now it seems that there is no chance, so give it to Lucy. I have already given it to Alyssa just now, you should also take a good rest. With that, Loki returned to the Star Spirit realm by himself. Lucy looked at the travel voucher and sighed. It's so advanced. How much does this one cost? Then Yago, Natsu, and Gray, and so is Harpy. Let's take Alyssa with us. Okay. At this time, at the door of the guild, Alyssa was already pulling a cart of luggage and was ready to go. It's too slow. Do you want to be left behind by me? It's so fast. Chapter 30. The blue sky, the white clouds, the layers of waves crashing on the beach. Igo wore sunglasses, leaned back on the deck chair and hummed a song, holding a glass in his hand. Sand. Igo pushed his sunglasses, put the cup to his mouth and raised it slightly, poured the fine sand into his mouth and drank it. Wow! Isn't Natsu able to drink the fire as a drink? Fuss. Igo shook his glass, looking at the other people on the beach. Natsu and Gray were desperately playing beach volleyball, surrounded by people who were afraid of being injured and running around. Lucy and Alyssa were soaking in the sea and playing in the water, not wanting to pay attention to Natsu and Gray's too stupid guys. Suddenly, the volleyball smashed at Igo's feet, smashing a small hole directly into the beach. Igo sighed and picked up the volleyball on the ground. Hey, Igo, Harpy, don't look at it. Come here. 2 against 2. Natsu roared energetically. Igo, hurry up. Let's blow them up in a group. Gray raised his arms and puffed out his muscles, and at this time, under a coconut tree beside him, a hot gaze was staring at this side. Lord Gray, don't get hurt. A woman with long blue hair shyly hid behind a tree, staring at Gray with an infatuated expression. This person was the magician of the ghost Dominator not long ago, one of the 4 elements, Jubia. Several people played on the beach for an afternoon, and did not return to the hotel until the evening. In Ilyssa's room, Ilyssa was wearing a long dress and looking in the mirror. Ilyssa twisted twice in the mirror, posed a few times, smiled helplessly, changed back to the usual armor, and sighed slightly. Sure enough, it's still a little more reassuring. Knock, knock, knock. Ilyssa, is she there? Lucy's voice came from outside the door, and Ilyssa hurriedly walked to the door, opened the door for Lucy, and saw that Lucy was wearing a skirt and dressed up. Igo and Gray said they were going to the underground casino for a while. Ilyssa, are you going? Ilyssa lowered her head and hesitated for a moment. I really don't like to go to casinos and other places. But everyone has gone, so I'll go over and have a look. Lucy nodded, and was just about to leave her gaze when she was attracted by Ilyssa's costume. Ilyssa, are you still wearing armor? Even if you relax a little when you come out to play, it's nothing, right? Ilyssa touched her armor and smiled wryly. That's right. Ilyssa raised her arm, her whole body was golden, and changed into a gorgeous evening dress. Then how about you look at this? Lucy covered her head and smiled awkwardly. It doesn't have to be so grand. Ilyssa looked at Lucy's expression, covered her mouth and chuckled. Well, I know, you guys go first, I'll go in a while. Lucy nodded and walked away. I know, Ilyssa, you come over quickly. After Lucy left, Ilyssa leaned against the wall, raised her head as if she remembered something, and shook her head slightly. Forget it, it's hard to come out once, just forget about something for a while. After that, Ilyssa wore a long skirt and walked in the direction of the casino. Igo was the first to react, hugged Lucy beside him, and flipped into the back of the bar on the side. Shhh. Igo put his index finger in front of his mouth, signaling Lucy to keep quiet, and his other hand was already wrapped around the rock, ready to attack the trampling. The footsteps faded away, and the darkness around them disappeared, and the two jumped out, looking at the mess in front of them and gasping. Natsu. Igo and Lucy hurriedly helped Natsu, who was lying on the ground, and in the darkness next to Natsu, Gray, who was wrapped in water by Jubia, also walked out. Ahem. Really? Who shot someone in someone's mouth? It hurts to death. Natsu spat out 2 bullets from his mouth and touched his chin. Normal people would have died long ago. Lucy complained in a cold sweat, and Igo looked around. What about Ilyssa and Harpy? Jubia gradually emerged from the water and stood next to Gray. Jubia just saw that there was a group of strange guys who had taken Miss Ilyssa and a blue cat away. Natsu suddenly jumped up from the ground and rushed out. Damn! Don't chase after that. Come back, do you know where they went? Gray pulled Natsu back at once. Igo frowned, turned his head to stare at Jubia, and looked at I remember you were a ghost. Gray nodded, and pointed at Jubia with his thumb. Don't worry, this guy has no malice for the time being, let's treat her as a companion first. Jubia nodded hurriedly and echoed. Everyone, please believe me, although I just did too much to your guild not long ago, I really don't want to be your enemy now. Igo shrugged his shoulders and looked at Lucy, who had no opinion, and Natsu, who had no heart. Since Gray said so. Jubia bowed slightly to everyone and smiled very politely. Well, thank you for your trust. Then, Jubia's eyes looked at Lucy, and suddenly became fierce, love rival. Lucy on the side was slightly stunned, and pointed at herself embarrassedly. At me. Jubia turned his head and ignored Lucy. Lucy laughed a few times, and quietly stood behind Igo. Okay. Where are we going to chase after us? Gray put his hands in his pockets and looked around, and there seemed to be no clue. At this time Igo noticed a rag on the ground next to him, and slowly walked over to pick it up. This is Ilusa's clothes, right? I guess I accidentally scraped off a piece just now. Lucy bent down to look at the pattern on it, and found that it was exactly the same as the pattern on Ilusa's skirt. Igo put the rag in front of his nose and inhaled hard. Igo, what are you doing? I feel like you're doing something very perverted. Lucy shuddered, and couldn't help but cover her clothes. Igo glanced at Lucy speechlessly, and beckoned. Come with me, I know where they are. Several people looked at Igo in surprise, not understanding why Igo suddenly locked on to Ilusa's whereabouts. Igo sighed softly, and touched his nose with his finger, and Lucy suddenly realized. Oh. Yes, Igo said that the nose of the Dragon Slayer is very smart, so Igo you smell Ilusa. Yago nodded, and Gray listened and glanced at Natsu on the side. It's the same Dragon Slayer, why didn't you smell it? Natsu rubbed his nose and looked at Gray unpleasantly. I smelled it, didn't you drag me back? Gray was silent for a moment. Igo, lead the way. Chapter 31. In the middle of the ocean, a tall stone tower stands on a lonely island, called the Tower of Paradise, a forbidden magical used to resurrect the undead. That's it, yes. Igo sighed as he looked at the tall building in front of him. I guess their boss should be on the top floor, right? There are several roads here, which one should I take? Gray looked at the several roads leading to the depths in front of him, and was worried for a while. Igo, can you smell where Ilusa and Harpy are? Unfortunately, no. Igo shook his head and looked up at the endless tower. Let's divide the soldiers into several groups and go up, and it is a big deal to rescue Ilusa and Harpy first. Okay, then I'll go this way. Stupid, get back. Before Igo could finish speaking, Natsu ran towards the road ahead like a chicken, and Gray helplessly covered his head and chased after him. Then Lucy, you and Jubia are in a group. I'll go up the stairs by myself. Igo pointed to the spiral staircase leading to the top of the tower. Lucy turned her head slightly, and saw Jubia, who was not good looking, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and was about to say something, only to find that Igo had dropped the two of them and climbed up the stairs. Let's go, Miss Lucy, everything will be fine. Good, good. Jubia is very kind, patted Lucy on the shoulder and pointed to the deep path on the side. Lucy swallowed nervously, so she had to nod and follow. Rock Dragon's broken fist. On the stairs, dozens of hundreds of dark mages stood in front of Igo, staring at Igo nervously, and Igo was not afraid of them at all. Every time he used magic, he could knock a large number of enemies away. Rock Dragon's roar. Damn! Stop him! How can we lose to such a stinky little ghost? Tisk! Igo cursed secretly, covered his hands with rocks and rushed up, and in an instant, the enemy in front of Igo fell like raindrops from the tower. Suddenly, an extremely fast black shadow rushed out, knocked Igo back several steps, and almost fell down the stairs. Igo stabilized his center of gravity, and looked at it, a tall man with an owl head flying in the air with a rocket flying on his back, evil. Another strange man, but you should be an enemy, right? Evil man, you will surely die today at the hands of me, the warrior of justice, one of the three crows. Igo and the owl in front of him were facing each other, both sides were deadlocked, and suddenly, the flying machine behind the owl suddenly erupted into flames, propelling the owl towards Igo at great speed. The speed of the owl is extremely fast. Igo almost didn't react, and when Igo reacted and was about to build a rock barrier, the owl had already rushed to Igo's face. Seeing this, Igo simply stretched out his hands directly, and took the powerful impact of the owl and slammed Igo into the wall on the side. Igo gritted his teeth, his legs straightened hard, and stopped at the moment before hitting the wall. The roar of the rock dragon. After Igo stood firm, he immediately spewed out a large amount of sand and stone. Dragon breath from his mouth, and swept towards the owl. The dragon breath sprayed on the wall, leaving a deep impact mark directly on the wall, and the owl relied on the flying machine on his body to dexterously dodge Igo's dragon breath in the air, and after a few seconds, Igo slowly stopped roaring. Have you finally given up struggling? Igo chuckled, looking at the owl in the air with a little helplessness and disdain, and in the next second, a large piece of broken stones fell from the top of the owl's head. The owl raised his head and saw the stones falling like rain. His pupil shrank, and he hurriedly spewed flames from the aircraft behind him, flying at high speed to avoid the falling rocks, and when the rock rain fell, Igo jumped hard, stepping on the falling rocks and jumping up step by step, while still attacking the owl. The owl was pressed by the attacks of Yanyu and Igo step by step, and it was inevitable that he was hit a few times, and he was injured a lot, and in the end, after the rock rain fell, Igo also jumped to the top of the rock rain and finally found the opportunity. Xiao immediately came to the strength and rushed towards Igo. Igo smiled slightly, leaned back, and with Yanyu falling down, Xiao quickly turned around and chased after Igo. Forced me so badly, don't think that you can run away so easily. Escape? Igo smiled lightly, and the owl realized that he had unconsciously rushed into the rock rain again, and was about to fly in the opposite direction, but found that all the surrounding rocks were emitting a faint white light. Suddenly, all the rocks in the rock rain exploded, and the ferocious explosion instantly engulfed the owl and Igo. Igo opened his mouth and swallowed the energy of the explosion, and the owl obviously did not have this skill, and was blown black by the explosion. Igo stepped on the stone wall, jumped up slightly, stepped on the body of the owl in mid-air, borrowed a force and jumped back to the original position. The enemies on the original road were also affected by the battle just now. The road to the top of the tower was unimpeded again. Igo patted the soil on his body, and the necklace on his chest pretended to swing, and continued to run towards the top of the tower, and at this time, the necklace on Igo's chest once again emitted fluorescence, and the brightness continued to deepen. Chapter 32. The Senate of Magic. Over the years, we have been intensifying the crackdown on the R system, but I didn't expect that there would be fish that slipped through the net. An old man with a wooden cane knocked on the ground with the crutches in his hand. And at this time, another very short and cat-like old man glanced at everyone present with his eyes, and finally stopped on Zicrane's body. After the Senate carried out a carpet mine clearance of the sea area, there was still a that was not eradicated. It's a shame you're here to find out, Zicrane. Zicrane responded to the old man with a smile, slowly walked to the table, and tapped the table with his hand. Okay guys, what are you going to do with the R system this time? If no one proposes, I have a plan here that I need your help with. At this time, the eyes of several counselors were all on Zicrane, and Zicrane also adjusted his clothes and changed to a very solemn tone. I propose to drop the magic spirit power in the place of the Tower of Paradise. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were shocked and glared at Zicrane, among whom the President of the Senate even thought that Zicrane's proposal was unreasonable. You're messing around. It's just an R system, how can you use the magic spirit power? If any step goes wrong when the magic spirit power is fired, its terrifying destructive power will cause a town to suffer. The damage caused by this thing is irreversible. Everyone recognized the dean's words even more, only Zikrane shook his head. No, everyone, we don't have time to hesitate. The Tower of Paradise is about to be completed. So what? Isn't it to resurrect a dead person? There's no need to risk the magic powers. You don't know who this Tower of Paradise is going to resurrect? The person he wants to resurrect, but the dark wizard Jerf who did evil 400 years ago. Jelf. How is it possible? That murderous dark mage Jerf. What are you hiding? Zikrane shook his head and showed a helpless expression. At this point, I have nothing to hide. Actually, the person who built this Tower of Paradise was my twin brother, Gerald. I thought he was just trying to resurrect our deceased parents, but I didn't expect him to resurrect the legendary Jelf. I didn't want to say anything about my sins, I just wanted to say, if we really resurrect Jelf, we won't have any chance to resist. At this moment, everyone fell into a short silence, and it was an old man who slowly raised his hand. To break the silence, I agree to drop the magic spirit power. Then, the judges changed their words, and almost unanimously agreed to drop the magic spirit power. Gerald stretched out his hand and gently stroked Ilussa's cheek. Ilussa, are you ready to die for my great cause? Ilussa looked up at Gerald. Without saying a word, Gerald chuckled lightly and pushed forward. Ilussa's body began to be swallowed by a huge magic crystal, and when Ilussa closed her eyes and gave up resistance, suddenly a person pulled herself out of the magic crystal. Hey, don't make Ilussa cry. Ilussa opened her eyes, her delicate body trembled, and her lips trembled in disbelief. Natsu. Go home, Ilussa, we're here to save you. Natsu smiled and stood in front of Ilussa. Gerald smiled disdainfully and looked at Natsu with a little disdain. You're the only one, what can you do? Just try it. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Celestial magic, meteor. Gerald's figure instantly disappeared in place, appearing behind Natsu hexagram. 6 golden stars flew out from Gerald's side, enveloping Natsu boom from all sides. The stars around Natsu were detonated in an instant, and a violent explosion engulfed Natsu's body in an instant. Just when Gerald turned around and thought Natsu was dead, he found a surprising scene. Natsu opened his mouth and ate all the heat generated by the explosion into his mouth, and after eating the explosion, Natsu looked at Gerald with a satisfied face. Come again. With that, Natsu and Gerald rushed to each other again and scuffled together, but how could Natsu be Gerald's opponent? Soon, he fell behind, and then he was beaten unilaterally. Gerald punched Natsu in the lower abdomen, sending Natsu a few meters away, and then Gerald quickly drew a magic array in the air. Dark Paradise. Natsu wanted to dodge, but his legs weakened and he fell to the ground, and a figure stood in front of Natsu. Ilussa? Hurry up and get out of the way. Natsu, thank you for coming to save me. Gerald's dark paradise is getting closer and closer. Natsu gritted his teeth and tried to run towards Ilussa. Ilussa smiled slightly, opened her arms and prepared to meet death. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared, blocking in front of the two. Ilussa couldn't help but be stunned. Simon! Even you! Before Ilussa finished speaking, the dark paradise had already been triggered. Powerful dark fluctuations covered the whole field. The black light dissipated. Ilussa and Natsu stood up in embarrassment, and hurriedly ran to Simon. Simon, Simon, are you okay? Big man, wake up! In the continuous shouting and shouting of the two, Simon finally opened his closed eyes. Ahem, ah! Ilussa, Natsu, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Before I was hit just now, suddenly a stone wall stood in front of me, blocking most of the damage for me, although it was still very strong, but it would kill me. Ilusa breathed a sigh of relief. Natsu grinned, and looked at the staircase on the side. Great. Hee. Ilusa, are you okay? I just asked Gray and the others to go to the shore to prepare for the evacuation ship first. Ilusa looked at the few people in front of her who jumped into danger in order to save herself, and a warm current flowed in her heart. Thank you. Don't thank you until I smash this guy. With that, Igo and Gerald on the opposite side instantly burst out with powerful magic and rushed forward. This time, Natsu also had no power to help, so he could only cheer on the sidelines, yelling. But unfortunately, although Igo's physical skills were stronger than Natsu, but under the difference in the magic power of the two sides, it didn't have much effect, and soon, Igo fell into the disadvantage. At this time, a figure stood next to Gerald. That person was actually Zacrane. Seeing this, Ilusa was stunned. Zacrane. Why are you here? Why? Because I'm here. Gerald spread out his hands, and Zacrane also made the same T-step movement, and gradually, the figures of the two merged into one. We have been one person from beginning to end. Suddenly, Gerald's magic increased again, and Igo's brows furrowed again, and he touched his chest. Nothing? Where is my most precious necklace? Where did it go? When I looked at it again, the necklace that emitted fluorescence was being held in Gerald's hand. Come and grab it. What no one noticed was that a few subtle cracks quietly appeared on the necklace. Chapter 33. Rock Dragon's Broken Fist. Igo flashed in front of Gerald like an arrow from the string, his right hand turned into a huge rock fist, and smashed towards the top of Gerald's head. Meteor. Gerald's figure flashed, disappeared in place, and moved to the top of Igo's head in a blink of an eye. Gerald's body exuded golden brilliance like a star, and the pattern of the Big Dipper was drawn in the air. Accept the sanction of the 7 stars. Countless points of light fell down like a meteor shower. Igo waved his arms, and the 2 rock barriers protected Igo, resisting the attack of the 7-star sword. Wing strike of the rock dragon. Then, Igo grabbed the moment Gerald landed, kicked hard with both legs at the same time, and sprinted out. The hard bones of the rock dragon. Yago's forehead was wrapped in a layer of rock, like a knight's helmet, and he struggled to hit Gerald. Meteor. Hexagram. Gerald reacted quickly, instantly released the meteor again, and while dodging the attack, he completed the magic array of the 6-pointed star. 6 dazzling starlight surrounded Gerald's side, and with Gerald's order, the 6 starlight flew towards Igo rock dragons. War Dance. Igo wrapped his body with the hard armor of the rock, and quickly swung his fist, reducing the damage of the 6-pointed star to a minimum. Igo was hit by the remaining magic power of the 6-pointed star, and the hard armor on his body shattered, blowing Igo away, and Igo stabilized his position in a sideways flip in the air. His left hand supported the ground, and his right hand was raised high. Slayer the Dragon. A huge rock spear appeared in Igo's right hand. The head of the rock spear was like a drill, spinning at high speed. Igo threw the spear hard. Gerald jumped up again and again, dodged the attack. Who knew that in the next second, the rock spear suddenly collapsed into countless sharp rock knives, spinning, tracking Gerald's meteor. Gerald used the meteor again, sprinting in the air at high speed, but the rock knife was like life, biting Gerald and not letting go. Gerald ran for a while. The rock knife surrounded Gerald. All the rock knives flew towards Gerald at the same time, and the sound of collision and explosion continued to sound, and at this time, Igo's magic power had bottomed out after supporting the dragon-slaying mystery, and his back was soaked with sweat, barely standing in place, slightly embarrassed. When the smoke cleared, Gerald only suffered more skin injuries, still breezy and calm, and looked at Igo with a hint of playfulness. What's wrong? Is it the limit? Igo gritted his teeth unwillingly, and slapped a warm palm on Igo's shoulder, let's go together. Natsu wiped the dust off his face and stood beside Igo with a lot of fighting spirit. Let's defeat this bastard who made Ilusa cry together. Igo looked back and saw that Ilusa and Simon were gone, and asked suspiciously. What about Ilusa? Don't worry, I'll let the two of them go down to Lucy first and join them. Natsu clenched his fist, a flame burning in his hand, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Igo bent down to pick up a piece of gravel from the ground, threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. That's okay. Igo shouted, and rushed forward again. Rock Dragon's broken fist. Igo raised his huge rock fist and smashed it into Gerald's face from the front, and just as Gerald tried to use the meteor to dodge from the sky, his scalp was burned by a huge fireball. Seeing this, Gerald had no choice but to use the six-pointed star to dismiss the magic of the two directly, and then quickly left the place and jumped into the air. Accept the sanction of the 7 stars. 7-star sword. Igo and Natsu hurriedly retreated together, and the two of them hid together in the corner of the wall. Rock Dragon's Wing Strike. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. The barrier of rock and flame protected the corner where the two were hiding and resisted Gerald's attack. At the same time, a white light flashed in the sky, and a huge magic array appeared in the air, and the magic spirit power was ready at this moment, and immediately after, a terrifying magic power fell straight on the Tower of Paradise, and the magic power pillar lasted for nearly 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. But when the light dissipated, the entire Tower of Paradise did not disappear as the council wished, but turned into a magic crystal tower without brilliance. But as for the lack of brilliance, Gerald himself was also very surprised. At this moment he noticed that the necklace he had snatched from Igo before exuded a thick halo. This is the... Igo took advantage of Gerald's stunned moment to run towards him, grabbed the necklace held by Gerald with one hand, and the two of them pulled one end by one, gritted their teeth and grabbed the necklace. Click. Suddenly, the cracks on the necklace became more and more obvious, more and more dense, and spread all over the necklace. Give it back to me. Then grab it back with your strength. Finally, the necklace couldn't withstand the pressure of the two of them, and it shattered, and a powerful magic burst out from the necklace with closed eyes. And before a few people could sigh, when the shock was over, the magic brilliance turned into a warm current and flowed into Igo's body, awakening the memory and magic deep in Igo's heart.